Okay. Audio seems good, I think, or at least I hope. There you go. I think audio seems good, so yes, welcome to the Hungry Lamb. Traveling in the late Ming Dynasty. I'm gonna be completely blind with this. I have no idea what this visual novel is. But it's a Chinese visual novel. It has like a lot of overwhelming reviews on, you know, on Steam. And actually, you know what? Give me a moment. Let me just do something real quick. But seriously though, on a serious note, I've always been like into, you know, visual novels anyways. So I'm like, yeah, let's get you know, let's get this one done too. I'm curious, because I'm curious. It does have like a, well, at least based on what I see on the Steam page, you know, it has a little bit of horror. I don't know how much of a horror it is. So like, I wonder. Oh, and speaking of, I will be playing this on Chinese. Because why not? I mean, obviously, it's in China. The location is in China, like Ming Dynasty. So it's just right to like play this on Chinese. But if you look, you could actually, oops, it's an extra. You could actually like change the voices to either Chinese or Japanese. Kind of curious as well on the Japanese voiceover, but we will do this in Chinese. I'm not like all familiar or not so well versed with like Chinese voices. Apart from like once in a while when I get the chance to, but hey, we'll take it, you know, especially since this is like appropriate for this visual novel, given that this is in China. This is me. This is a Chinese visual novel, so why not? Anyway, so yes, welcome again. This is a sponsored stream. Thank you to the devs again via Liquid for giving me a code for this, and I'm playing this on the Switch. Alright, you're into trying it yourself, check out the game on Steam. It does have a lot of overwhelming reviews, so I've been curious on this even before I got the code, or even before I'm fully aware that this is gonna have a Switch port. So let's get right into it then. Yeah, prologue. Ooh. I often ponder why my father named me Liang. Not so familiar with the controls. Hold on. Because again, this is entirely new to me. Wait. Mode. There's a flowchart. There's a save data. There's a load data. Auto mode. Skip. Previous dialogue. Setting. Close dialogue. Close dialogue. I think it does look like it's directly ported out of the Switch. See. Give me a moment. Trying to like get into the controls. I feel like it's a little flunky with how it works. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let me close the dialogue, please. Oh, that's closer dialogue. Oh god. Wait. Fuck. Okay, how do I continue on? Oh, there you go. Wordly. Oh, wait. Dialogue. Wait. No. Previous dialogue, please. Wow. I'm having so much trouble with like the controls already as it is. All right. The word Liang indicates Shan virtue. Character Shan is in the shape of an open-mouthed sheep. Looking at it, you can imagine the sheep's cry. Oh my god. There you go. Perhaps, if one is as gentle as a lamb, Liang suits him. Hold on.
Liang, 送他回家了。
Oh my god, it was not like I've been pressing A, it was Y. Okay. Oh, it was is it skip? Holy shit, sorry. Is it skip? Oh my god, it does skip. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. This is like so awful. No, the controls is like finicky. Wait. So, however, I refuse to see myself as a sheep. I am a wolf. Okay. From nearby, there came a rough voice inquiring. I glanced sideways, and a man approached from the distance. Step by step, he made his way, twigs and fallen leaves crunching. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the woods, dappling everything. Yet he adeptly hid himself in the shadows. I sized him up. Hold on. Me do settings first. No, not vital. I guess we'll I guess I'll keep pressing the auto mode even though I don't want to. Brahmin, hello. Sorry. Sponsored stream, nice, yeah. Hope you've been well. Thank you. Yes, I've been well. Speaking of, I should like go back to like Starware later, like do my dailies. But how are you, Brahmin? Naka? Cap in the bamboo hat, clad in a raincoat, holding a gourd. Seemed more a fisherman than a menace at first glance. Okay, the text speed is like so freaking slow. Hold on. Where is the where is the screen again? You mean like move it a little faster? Because it's slow. I feel like the Switch port is directly a port without really considering like the controls, you know? I'm having a difficulty with the controls with this. You doing good? Just relaxing? That's nice to know. Such an appearance made it easy to let one's guard down. Hence, he was usually tasked with luring the sheep. Then I would do the butcher's job. This fellow was another wolf accompanying me. His name was Xixing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, when it comes to like Chinese, I probably would be butchering all the names, okay? Not so good with this. You have to forgive me, especially like our Chinese friends. You really have to forgive me. I'm like not good with this. Okay, his name was Xixing. But I preferred calling him Tang. Tang? Okay.
喂，问你呢，干嘛不说话？处理干净了吗？
Wrapped up, gave the sheep a stab when he wasn't looking.
现在丢哪儿了？
Buried.
埋仔细了没？这里离城可不远，别被野兽刨出来。
Okay. What's up with that? Buried him tight, no worries.
行，那他身上都有些啥呀？
3,000 coins worth, 5 tiles of silver plus 200 coins, ragged clothes, and a pouch. Oh! Did they actually, like, kill the person? I take 4 tiles, you get the ragged clothes, and the pouch is mine.
凭啥？
This time, there was just one sheep. I killed and buried him, so I deserve more.
行吧，行吧，就这样吧。荷包多少钱？
Not much. It's just a common item.
我看看。
Feng wanted to see the pouch. I reach into my waist bag and pull it out for Tang to see. The pouch was small enough to fit in one hand. Common sense would dictate that a sheep's pouch might contain a handkerchief or some checks, but it was empty. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new and was embroidered with a light-colored word, "un." Okay. I chuckled softly. How did the pouch end up with this embroidered word? Did the lamb's name contain "un"? Or did he wish safety from the pouch? If it's the latter, the pouch surely failed him.
妈的，确实是破东西，卖不了几个钱，你自个儿收着吧。
Okay.
真不知道你为啥稀罕这些羊毛啊！每宰一只羊都得留点羊毛，小心哪天留了痕迹，把你给害死。
It's very deep that I'm like, okay. I feel like they're talking about a person. And yet they call them lambs. Or they call them sheep. Always take some time. You always take some wolves every time you butcher a sheep. One day you'll find yourself killed for leaving traces. Okay. Interesting. No big deal.
好
Get the pa-，
趁着天没黑，咱快去华州搞点酒肉。
Shit, sorry. Now I see why it's like supposedly the text should be slower. God damn it. Why? Why are you doing this? There. Review salary log. Okay. Keep the pouch squeezed and toss it into my waist pouch. Okay. Damn. The controls are so finicky. It feels like this should have been a little improved. given that you're using a controller plainly for this for this, and I'm like not sure exactly what's the control for just making the, you know, just advancing the text without like going auto mode. Wait, let me explore this then. Not, not B. Definitely not B. It's definitely not Y, because that skipped like a lot of dialogue earlier. Trunk patted my shoulder, taking the lead. Oh, there you go. It's freaking X. Wow. Wow. That I was looking at the settings earlier. I was like, okay, how do I like you know, there's no indication of like how to progress because there's no button configuration, nothing. All right. It's just the configuration like volume and such. Okay. Trunk patted my shoulder, taking the lead.
梁，这次你分的东西多，可得你请啊。
Oh. Okay. I responded casually to Tang, pressing my hand on my bamboo hat to softly lower it. Following Tang's footsteps, I walked forward, each step accompanied by the crunch of leaves underfoot. It was fine not to pay attention to these sounds, but if you do, it could become quite loud. It was as if the bird chirps and monkey cries had disappeared, and the whole forest was flooded with the crunch of trodden leaves. We, the two wolves, trod across the desolate mountains and wild ridges. So, they call themselves wolves, and other people that the victims that they're killing are sheep. So I guess they are thieves or robbers. Upon passing a tree with a sturdy, twisted trunk, I couldn't help but look closer. I knew it. Beneath that tree lay the sheep I butchered. Oh. Oh. Cat, the year 1632. The sun hung high, almost blinding, but its rays lacked the slightest trace of warmth. I couldn't shake the memory of the sun from my childhood, so warm and inviting. Now it felt different. Perhaps it was a sign of the fading dynasty, an era gripped by misfortune where even the daylight had grown cold. Oh, there's a gulp sound. Perched on a boulder by an inn in Guangzhou, I emptied the last drop from my flask. The fiery liquor seared my throat, yet its warmth refreshed my stomach. In bygone days, I deemed myself an unfortunate soul. However, in this year of calamity, savoring the fiery liquor proved to be a rare stroke of luck.
梁，有活了，还是个大活。
Familiar voice rang in my ears. I glanced over, and there was Tang standing behind me. Same old attire, bamboo hat, straw raincoat. He seemed like a fisherman. Tang's eyes gleamed, smiling at me, ready to spill some good news. What's the job? I gave him a quick look, inquiring casually.
城北有间客栈，关了尹三儿留的几只小羊。
Okay.
本来呀，这几只小羊是尹三的人去送的，但他们犯了别的事儿， 被官兵给抓了。他现在无人可用，让我们替原本的人办事儿。
Someone handle lambs.
哎，你会错意了，我当然知道你不杀小羊啊。
Oh, okay. So from like how I understand, you only handle the main character Liang is only handling sheep. You don't kill up lambs, or from what I understood in context, children. Then what's the deal?
我们要送几只小羊去洛阳。
Oh, okay. Human trafficking? Oh, okay. My heart sank. Finally got what Tong had been hinting at with his mysterious talk. Whenever he sought me out before, it usually meant dark deeds, like robbing and killing. This time, all secretive-like, turned out he wanted us to do trafficking, delivering some acquired lambs to Luoyang for a good price. Oh, wow. That's dark.
诱口？你不能这么说，小羊又不是我们逮的，算不得诱口。
That's dark. I don't know.
不过你愿意这么想，倒是也好懂一些。
Screw you.
你也知道的，尹三儿那人虽然一直是帮我们介绍劫道的活，但是他的主业其实是人牙子。
Oh, so Yinsan's main hustle is human trafficking. Damn. Even in the Ming Dynasty?
这单确实是要把他搞到的小羊给送到洛阳，不过不是啥恶事儿，是善事儿。
Wow. How is human trafficking a good deed? I frowned and almost didn't want to hear Tang talk anymore.
当然是善事儿啊！哎，你听我说，先听我说。
I don't know.
娘，这几年各地大旱，很多羊都被饿死，所以呀，有快饿死的人家把他家的小羊卖给尹三换钱粮。
Damn, in desperate times, they just sell their... Oh, wow.
洛阳那边呢，有一只大肥羊啊，它有的是钱，就是生不出小羊，便想从穷地方收几只来养。
Okay, so in Luoyang, there's a fancy... Oh, there's a rich person who doesn't have any offspring. Damn.
你想啊，那些穷人家的小羊们本来就要饿死，我们把它送到富的地方去。
What a way to twist this purpose of or this deed of saying, yeah, human trafficking is okay, if we're just gonna traffic these children to better families. That's drawing a line. But from how I understood it so far, the current era right now is they're suffering, and tendency is some people would go through great lengths to just sell their children and traffic them for food and money to survive. Damn.
这样他们的父母不至于饿死，小羊也能吃得饱饱的，所有人都高兴了，咱这是在做善事啊。
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that.
不瞒你说， 1只小羊100两，4只小羊400两，你我对半分，今后几年都不愁吃穿了。
100 tiles, 4 for 400. Split 50-50. Set for a few years without worrying about food and clothes. Damn. Damn.
妈的，扭扭捏捏的干啥呀？给个痛快呀！你要是不做这么好的活，我就找别人做。这不是看你身手好，一个能顶俩。
Hold on. Called out to Tongue. And do the lambs need delivering?
越早越好，我今天就要去看看。
Fine, I'll join you. I rose, brushing off dust. Tongue laughed, leading the way. Tongue said a few words, managing to convince me. Maybe it was the promise of the worries about food and clothing, or perhaps the idea of doing good deeds that swayed me. Anyway, going along with Tongue's plan to see what's up.
哎呦，我的2位爷，我总算把你们给盼来了！哎，快坐，快坐。
Don't like you. Don't like you at all. You're also despicable. Okay.
妈的狗子，没个眼力劲儿！快给2位爷上热酒。
Just arrived at the inn with Tongue, and Yin-san greeted us with flattery. Guiding us to our seats at the inn, he scolded his workers to bring us drinks. A sudden shift in behavior made me wonder if he was just acting. He is. He stayed standing, eyes fixed on Yin-san, my mind wandering into some interesting scenarios. Possibly from my childhood love for shadow plays. Whenever I meet someone, their animal form pops into my head. Oh. Most are sheep. Tongue and I are wolves. Yin-san, though, comes across as a fox. Oh, okay. No wonder that's why, he, Liang's, description is, that of animals. I mean, fox for this, Yin-san? Yeah. A sly fox. This fox's lair was the inn in North Huanzhou. No guest came, and it's closed all year. The inn was a coffer. He used it for business dealings. He used it for his business dealings. There's a higher up he answered to. Oh, there's still a higher up apart from him? Okay. The big boss handed down missions, and he passed them on to us. Back then, the jobs we pulled for him were all about hitting caravans. He'd tip us off on a sweet haul, and we'd go in. This time, it's a bit different. A job involving human trafficking. Man, this is already dark as it is. Whatever the job, we meet up at this inn most of the time.
尹三儿，我们来了。梁说他可以解。
Who said I'm in? I haven't committed.
啊，没定！哎呦，梁爷，你可不能没定啊！哎，你身手好，又和心也熟，这活可不能缺了你。哎，我知道您之前没做过右口的事儿，也不愿意做。只是真的不用担心，你们这次的活只是运送小羊，小羊是怎么来的，要送给谁，都和你们没关系。
Yo, Reason hello. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders, to my sponsored stream. And this is the Hungry Lamb, traveling in the late Ming Dynasty. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Oh, you're playing Final Fantasy V. How was it? There you go. How's it going? To me, I'm good. You know, enjoying this. Oh my god, why is there so many people? Did you bring so many people? why are there so many people now? So yes, I'm currently playing through visual novel, a Chinese visual novel. And yes, I'm trying to fully understand the story, but it's pretty dark already as it is, you know? I'm just like, man, there's already like the whole human trafficking, and I'm just like, oh, this is so concerning. I was wondering, I hadn't seen this title before, because yeah, it's a Chinese visual novel. It has like overwhelming reviews on Steam, you know, if you want to like check out the Steam for page, there. But what I'm playing right now is the Switch port, and I'll have to like say, I'll be very honest, like controls are still a little finicky on me, but I managed to like understand it now, because I'm like, I played the Switch and I'm just like, wait, what's the control for like trying to like advance the text without actually like auto mode or skipping it? I have like I have like you know, I struggled with it in the first few minutes of my stream, but yeah, it already discusses like quite a heavy like topic. But the story so far is, it's the Ming Dynasty, you know, it's the era where like right now in their current era, they're living in a poverty, you know, they're living in poverty right now. And Liang here considered herself like a wolf. Same goes with the partner. Got the name. Basically, for the description of a wolf is like, you know, a predator hunting down sheep, which are the poor people or the targets, the victims. They usually like rob and, you know, kill people or butcher them. But this time around, they have to deal with lambs. So, children. And Liang's like not fond of like having to deal with anything with children or the lambs. That's why right now Liang's not like you know, not still into this job. And the partner, or the, let's see, Tang as they call, was trying to convince Liang, that, hey, you know what? The sheep, the parents, are even selling their children, the lambs, for food and money to survive these trying times. So, they, you know, there's this like rich person or this rich sheep that has no offspring and is willing to like pay a lot just to like, I guess, adopt, you know? And Tang is like trying to convince Liang that we're doing a good deed here, you know? We are like sending these lambs to a better, you know, a better situation than their current predicament. The parents get the money, the lambs like get a better life. But still, for Liang's like, this is still human trafficking. What are you talking about? You know, this is still wrong. And I'm just like, anything to do with like lambs, anything to do with like children, and then human trafficking, no. So that's why, you know. And yet here's Liang in listening on this like job with with this again. Hold on, finicky. It's so finicky. Insan, who Liang associates as a fox, a sly fox too, as a matter of fact. So I'm like, ooh, okay. So now Liang here is just like saying that the job this time is just delivering lambs. How they got here and who they're for, none of your business. Wow.
而且我也不怕给你们交个底儿，这次啊，收小羊的人全是头天，哪怕出了什么事儿，官府也查不下去。
Oh, by the way, so it's not so common for like, me playing in Chinese VA, but for those who are curious, does this game have like Japanese VA? They do, alright? It's just that because this is like in China and it's in the Ming Dynasty, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's hear the Chinese, voiceover and see how it fares. I'm not so familiar with Chinese voiceovers. Rarely I get to like actually hear most of like games in Chinese VA, so not so familiar. It's totally different in my ears, but hey, it's the original like voiceover, so I'm like, it makes perfect sense that you will use a Chinese VA. But you can, if you want, you can use Japanese. There's no English though. Makes sense to do contextually, yeah. In the Ming Dynasty, so obviously it's like fitting to like do it in Chinese. You get to actually hear like how their names is like pronounced, even though I'm like still having troubles like how to like pronounce their like names. So if I butcher this, I'm so sorry to like the Chinese folks. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. It's so hard to like pronounce names in Chinese. So we'll just like please bear with me. Okay, so the person getting the lamb wields serious power. Oh. Government won't be able to dig into it. Wow, okay. Best attempts are being made, yes.
再说了，现在兵荒马乱，官府哪能管得上啊？星爷，您说是吧？
是啊，去他娘的官府！闪地好多地方造反，他们要么在贪钱，要么在藏钱，哪能顾得上我们？
Wow. Insan explained to me, relying on Tang backing him up at the same time. Tang chugged half a cup of hot wine, backing Insan and shooting me winks. Damn. What are we gonna do? No worries about food and clothes, doing good deeds, and times are chaotic. It kept echoing in my mind, challenging my principles. How do I dive into this job or think twice? Hey! Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh shit, okay. Can I scope up the lamp first? I'm like, still I'm not... I have my reservations, especially we're talking about human trafficking here, yo. No. Yeah, scope out. Take a look at the lamb first and decide after. Said slowly to Yunsan and Tan.
行， 梁爷愿意看小羊，那就有戏。猴子，去把小羊带上来。
Oh my goodness, really? Hold on, gotta like save first. It's so finicky! Controls, please. Yinzhen shouted, his voice echoing. The inn's waiter nodded, hurrying towards the back door. The lambs are here! Oh no, the children are here. The lambs were brought up, tied with hemp ropes around their waists, linked together to stop any escape. Oh no, poor children. Some softly cried, others trembled, nudged into a line by the inn's waiter, standing in front of me. Ah, kept quiet, scanning the lambs. Ah! Ah! The leftmost lamb and the second one. They must know each other. Staying close, the elder guarding the younger. Probably like siblings. Probably sisters. Both pretty young. I figured the older sister was 9. The younger one was 6. No! Both sported worn-out clothes, dark complexions, and rugged disheveled faces. Slender frames hinted at a poor background. Glancing at them, the older sister, scared yet putting on a brave front, defiantly locked eyes with me, while the younger one shied away, too frightened to speak. Maybe the older sister aimed to protect the younger one and viewed me as a threat. Oh, there's a third one! The third lamb stood out from the first two. Probably of school age. She wore old clothes, was small, but had much fairer skin than the first 2 lambs. She bowed her head in fear, hesitant to speak, yet her upright stance hinted at an unusual background. While the 2 on the left, the third snatched. Casually asked Yin Sun, laying out my judgment.
哟，梁爷眼力真准，不瞒您说，确实如此啊。
You snatched the third one? Yo! Yo! I totally get if like the parents were willingly to like you know, sell out their children because they want to survive. If that's the reasoning, but to snatch the other one, fucking purpose, sick. It's already sick as it is that the parents had to like sell out their children to survive.
左边啊，这俩小羊是姐妹，她们是附近穷山沟的。哎呀，现在各处闹饥荒，他家养不起这么多娃子，便先把女娃卖了，给小儿子换粮吃。
Oh, oh, of course, of course, of course. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not super familiar with like culture-wise, but you know how like sons are much more important than daughters in some like countries. Damn. Insan spoke slowly, and as he did, I shifted my attention to the 2 lambs, keeping an eye on their reactions. After hearing that, the younger sister stood there, seeming a bit lost. The older sister, with teary eyes, looked on the verge of crying. Oh. seen what Yinsang said was true.
啊，至于第3只嘛，出身不错，确实是我们拐来的。
Why did you just... Why? Why? Why then? Snatch, is it safe?
哎，肯定安全，不安全我哪敢往外送啊？
No way Snatch ones are safe, especially when this lamb seems to have a decent family. I hushed my tone and spoke icily to Yinsan.
哎，情况特殊，梁爷别急，别急呀、哎。
If it was in dire situations, you could totally understand. But you snatched the other one. It has to have a decent family. Like, she's so proper. Yinsan chuckled awkwardly in response to my words.
来这边说话。
Yinsan pulled me aside a bit, trying to steer clear of that lamb.
梁爷啊，这只小羊情况特殊，我们查过的。虽然它是贵家出身，但运它没有风险。
What do you mean by that? Why? When does trafficking a noble young lady become risk-free? Aren't you worried her family might report this to the government?
报官？哎呀，不怕。他家现在自顾不暇，怎么可能来找他呀？
Wow! Wow! What happened?
他家呀，曾与原都师交往甚密，好像还沾点亲戚。
Okay.
哎，原都师你知道吧？哎，就是那个得罪了万岁爷被切片的，被诛了3族啊！
Wow! Okay.
都师死后，他家遭受株连，杀的杀，流放的流放，遭贬的遭贬，早就家不成家了。
And does that justify the fact that you're gonna like steal like or snatch the this kid? Kept quiet. Yinsang's words held true. No one would bother about the lamb this family lost. Even in times of peace and prosperity, the offspring of condemned officials were disregarded, let alone in times of turmoil. Fine, I'll give the last lamb a look. I nodded, leaving the matter of the third lamb behind, and turned my attention to the last one. Fourth lamb's a young boy. Looks like the oldest, tall, only a head shorter than me. Head shorter than you? Punch awkwardly, tilting his head. He anxiously looked around, his gaze dodgy and elusive.
尹三儿，这羊看起来不太对啊，有呆变。
Pang frowned, studying the fourth lamb before him.
哎，是啊，他确实有点呆傻。
小时候患了热病，把脑袋烧傻了。
No, sick.
哎，不是，似乎他就是天生傻。这小羊从小就这样，家里一开始觉得他是弥勒佛转世，就一直养到大。
Okay.
后来闹了饥荒，家里穷了些，不想养这佛了，他妈就把这小羊卖给我们了。
Oh my goodness. Oh no! No, that is so sick. That is so sick. On hearing the word mom, the fourth lamb got agitated, staring intently and yelling mom loudly. Seeing this, the other lambs seem to think of their own moms too. I stared up, quietly sobbing. Maybe for these lambs, feelings spread like laughter. Wow. This is already that heavy, yo.
尹三儿，你确定肥羊会想要这种小羊？
This is already very heavy. Liang asked with a mocking tone, a hint of anger emerging in his voice.
哎呦，谁知道呢？也许哪家也觉得他是弥勒佛转世，想要养呢。
Wow.
洛阳那家说尽量是女娃子，但或许也能看下男娃子，能收的男娃比女娃少多了，也就只能搞到这种的了。
Wait, so the family prefer girls? Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
不行，这种绝对不行。
哎，星爷为何不行啊？
先不说我要是肥羊，绝对不想要这种小羊，你给我们运也运不了啊。
Oh, because of the condition of that kid. Rejected by the parents, rejected even with this with the current circumstance. Man.
这弥勒佛带着太麻烦，我和你梁爷在路上被他惹急了，一冲动便可能把他宰了。
哎呦，星爷呀，你就不能收收脾气？这是肥羊要的羊，少一只就少一份钱，丢一只可能都要你们倒给钱的。
那我更不能要了。 我最管不来这种有呆病的，我们管不了他。若是他一路喊喊叫叫，难免会引来官兵盗匪，到时候所有人都要完蛋。
Agreed. I sided with Tang. This lamb was too hard to handle and might stir up troubles.
哎，行，我早知道你会不愿意。哎，正好，也罢。 其实我也担心那肥羊会不喜欢男娃，哪怕这种肥点的也不行，大概率会退货。哎呀，哎，狗子，那你还是把那小羊也带上来吧。
There's still more? That lamb. I've heard my bro, puzzled by Yinsen's words. Oh, there's another one! Before long, the waiter returned with another lamb. Fifth one? How many did this guy traffic? The lamb stepped out from the backyard, immediately catching my eye. Appeared to be around 10, in the early years of schooling. Gaunt and worn out clothes, her skin neither dark nor particularly fair. Quite slender, my first takeaway from observing her. She had a small frame, clothes tightly wrapped around her, revealing protruding bones in her wrist. At her wrist. The thin fabric outlined her bones. Oh no. Her hair was pitch black, like her eyes had an unusual deep blue hue. Oh, she has blue eyes? Damn. Wait. This lamb appeared delicate. She were a bit plumber. Perhaps she'd be a beauty in the making.
哟，这小羊看着还不错。你这儿的几只小羊，说实话，除了弥勒佛，都还长得不磕碜。
那是，我的货源肯定正。哎，梁爷觉得如何呢？
I don't mind how the lamb looks, but I'm curious why she isn't tied up like the others. True. Why is she not tied up? Notice the last lamb was untied with a rope around her wrist. Curiously, I asked Yin-san.
啊，它和其他小羊不一样，它不用绑的。
What do you mean by that? You trust her?
放心啊，它不是被卖过来或是拐来的，而是逃荒的时候自己过来的。
Huh? Huh? That guy looks like a total creep. Yo, Dippo, how's it going? He is! He's a sly fox. So the fifth child was like just came to the inn on her own during the famine, not sold or snatched. Damn.
这娃子呀，是上个月刚来的，像是被调教过，只要给一口饭吃，什么活都愿意做。
Trained and obedient.
哎呀，虽然我也觉得可惜，但你们若是不想带那弥勒佛，可以让他替着去吧。正好啊，他也愿意去洛阳。
How are you doing? Man, this visual novel is pretty dark already as it is. We're dealing with human trafficking too. Of kids.
哎，他是哑巴，但是很懂事，平常不哭闹。你们跟他说会去一个能吃饱饭的地方，他必定愿意跟着去。
Is she really mute?
我说尹三儿啊，你这儿的小羊怎么除了傻子就是哑巴？
哎呦，这小羊是哑巴又怎样？二位爷呀，说真的，要不是跟肥羊约好了货的数量，我真不打算把它给交出去。你们别不信，哪怕它不会说话，养大后绝对能卖个好价钱。
它耳朵没问题吧？
哎，没问题的。
啊，那倒也方便。
Young nodded, agreeing with Yunsan's idea. Having this girl along would be easier than dealing with the boy's issues. I mean, the earlier one, the boy one, is, well, you know, has a condition. And they're like, no way. No way we're getting that boy. I agreed with that. But I wanted more details. Insan, how old are these lambs? What are their names? I asked Insan.
左属的俩姐妹，9岁和6岁，叫红儿和翠儿。
God. How will I actually pronounce those?
第3只叫琼华，9岁。
So hold on. Give me a moment again. So the sisters. God, gotta like go down again. 9 and 6. Okay. Then Hua. Oh my god, 9 years old. Okay.
最后一只小羊，哎，它是哑巴，也不识字，所以很难知道名字。你们就叫它小哑巴就可以了。
Didn't even name the kid.
哦，年龄还是知道的。我问他是否9岁的时候，他点过头，估摸着就是9岁。
9? Looks a little smaller for a 9-year-old. No name. 9 years old. Cute. I looked again at the last lamb brought in as a backup. Why are you too cute though? This time she looked up and met my gaze. Surprisingly, she didn't shy away like the other lambs. She stared at me quietly. Her deep blue eyes reflected my image. Faint moisture seemed to be layered over her eyes. Maybe it was just my imagination. Strangely, during the brief eye contact, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. She stood out as the only one among the children who didn't resemble a lamb. Cat. Call her a cat! Okay. So this is why the title of this chapter is a cat. Okay. So she is the cat. Interesting. She appeared to be a cat. Okay. Wow. Agreed to Yinsan's job. Oh, you eventually agreed. Okay. Liang eventually agreed. Wow. Surprising though, because Liang's not exactly, into human trafficking. After that, Tong and I spent a night at Yinsang's Inn. Oh, Liang's actually a guy. Just so you know. Made a mistake. Next morning, I tidied up my attire. I downed my sword and sheathed. Before we hit the road, Yinsang got us 2 pack horses for the journey. Can't ride them, but they're perfect for carrying stuff. To avoid checks on the main roads, we'll take lots of mountain paths. Those trails aren't good for wagons, but pack horses will work. The inn was in a remote spot. Very few people were around, especially in the early morning. Tang and I stood by the inn, estimating how much time our job would take and planning what things to bring along. So for those who are just here, you're gonna travel to Luoyang with the lambs or the children to sell them off to a wealthy sheep or to a wealthy person. Who's willing to pay a lot because they don't have an offspring. And this wealthy person actually wants a girl.
化州到洛阳路途600里，哪怕日行50里，也要走半个月。
Half a month? Wow. Can't reckon it that way. With the lambs, we'll make it at most half dozen miles a day. Taking detours will extend the distance, if anything.
妈的，那就要备30日的干粮和水。现在各处闹饥荒，这么多粮又得花不少钱。
Oops, sorry. Backlight for now. But provisions on the road. Headies, your folks fleeing. Cheaper grub.
行，要是我们到时候困在山里，实在饿极了，就吃个小洋葱鸡。
Are you serious, dude? This crazy shit. I'll grin and crack a joke. I just shrug it off, didn't say anything. Time to roll. I'll fetch them. Okay. Okay. I toss a quick word to Tom, grab my blade, headed straight into the inn to call the lambs. I woke up the lambs and took them outside. 3 had ropes around their waists tied together. The mute one without a rope bounced around strangely.
梁，你说要不要把那个小哑巴也一起绑了？虽然尹三说他是自愿去的，不用担心会逃，可他这样能撒丫子跑，我不放心。
No. Okay, fine. Yeah, makes sense. I nodded, went to the saddle, and found a rope in the bag. Connected the new rope to the 3rd lamb's, tied a knot, and then went over to the mute girl with the other end of the new rope. Oh. Mute girl surely caught wind of our talk. She peeked at me and turned away. Though she didn't look at me directly, she stood tall, arms raised on both sides. Huh? A piece? Or she's like, you know, willingly wanting to be tied up. I didn't say anything. Just stood behind her, head down. Took the rope, looped it twice around her waist, tied a knot at her back. As I wrapped the rope, I could feel how skinny she was. Aw. The rope around her waist was only half an arm's length. Wow, so skinny. So thin. After that, I double-checked the ropes on the lambs and then tied the rope's end to the pack horse. These knots were really tight, so unless they had something sharp, it'd be tough for them to untie. Even if they tried to cut the ropes, it would take time. Hang and I would keep watch, making it tricky for the lambs to get a chance. When I tied the rope around the little mute's waist, she went along with it, didn't put up a fight at all. It did seem as sensible as Yinsan said.
喂，小崽子们，都听好了啊，我们这就出发。这一路上，你们叫我星爷，叫他梁爷。我们要走1-2个月，为的是把你们送去能吃饱喝足的地方。我们出城后一直向东走，走的路大多都是山路，每日走的不多，日行20里便可。粮食我都备齐了，今后我们一天吃2顿，午时1顿，傍晚1顿。这2顿多吃点儿，别的时候不许喊饿。走路时不许交头接耳，不许哭闹，违者罚粮1天。这一路不要想着逃跑啊！逃者鞭笞数百，打死后还要被我活剥生吃。
Kang, all red-faced and loud, introduced himself to the lambs and said his rules. While he talked, he pulled out the switch from his bag and waved it in the air, showing it to the lambs. The young lambs couldn't hide their feelings well at that. When they heard about the place with lots to eat and drink, their eyes got big. But when they heard about I'll strip their skin and have a feast, they all got scared and huddled up. Especially that refined lamb named Xianghua. When Tong waved the switch, she got so scared her legs shook, almost falling down. Oh. Tong always liked seeing the lamb scared because of him. Glanced at the frightened Xianghua, a playful smile on his face. Don't dawdle, time to go. Tell Tong not to overdo it and pay attention to the time.
行，出发吧。
Tong turned around and yelled at the lambs once more. His shout made the lambs shiver. He chuckled, licked his lips, and led the way forward. Damn. We followed Yinsan's chosen path to leave the city. Outside, we headed east along the planned route. To steer clear of the main road, we had to go through the foothills of the Tuhua Mountains area. First, we crossed Xiaohua Mountain, then Mount Huashan, and after that, we'd reach Tongwan, where Yinsan had set up a place for us to stay. The mountainous journey would take 4 to 8 days. Wow, 4 to 8 days? And I knew this part around the Tuhua Mountains area well enough to avoid bandits. But with wild beasts in the mountains, can't be too careless. Hold on. We walked through Xiaohua Mountain. We didn't speak along the way. All we saw were endless trees, dirt, and rocks. All we heard were hooves, insects, and footsteps. After about 2 hours, Tong suddenly started talking to me.
喂，梁，你知道群大虫吗？
What? Tiger?
哦，你不知道啊？群大虫就是成群的大虫，寻常时候大虫都是独来独往。
Okay. Come on. Just to be sure, because I don't know when the next choice would be.
前些年陕北闹饥荒，很多人向东逃难，都逃到了一些山区里，被大虫吃了。大虫吃人多了，生崽也多，过2年就都是成群的大虫了。
嗯。
哎，亮，你说，若来了10几头大虫，我们还有命不？
Doubt it.
那不一定。我们手中有刀啊！啊，如果见到大虫，我就挥刀斩了小羊们，放出一堆血来。
啊！
大虫见着血肉，定不会去咬我们这些持刀的啊，会冲上去分食小羊。那时我们便可逃了啊！
You sicko! Tom burst into laughter, cranking up his voice in the last 2 sentences. I knew he was doing it on purpose, trying to let the lambs behind us hear. You seem to enjoy frightening these lambs, huh? Is that fun? I threw a cold remark at Tom.
肯定有趣儿啊！
Tom chuckled, dagger slung over his shoulder, moving forward. Glanced back at the lambs. 3 of them were scared wide by Tong's words. Mute one just lowered her head, lost in thought. She not afraid of tigers? Around noon, after walking for about 4 hours, he took a break for an hour. Tong had some grub first, then said he wanted a quick nap and dozed off against a tree. After that, I handed out food to the lambs, giving each one a serving of dry ration and half a pot of water. The hungry lambs quickly started munching on the food and shared the water. As I munched on my own ration, I kept an eye on them. The 2 darker-skinned lambs, Hua and Kuer, I don't know how to pronounce them, so sorry. If I remember right, ate pretty fast and finished quickly. Or was the older sister, and she looked after her younger sister, giving her more water. She only took a tiny sip herself. Well-bred girl who got snatched was still kind of scared. She took the grub really carefully, eyes wide open, like she thought I might stab her while she was grabbing a bite. Surprisingly, even though she's a kidnapped miss, she didn't complain about the grub and finished it all. Not sure if Yin-san did a good job training her after the snatch, or she just figured out how things are now. While eating, her eyes got teary, and I figured she's thinking about something. Heard it's easier for poor folks to handle a rich life, but rich folks struggle in poverty. Probably hits lambs like her hard. I bet. Yeah, besides watching those three lambs, I also kept an eye on the mute girl. She chowed down on her grub, eating really quick. Look away for a sec, and she polished off everything, like she hadn't eaten it forever.
梁爷，
Huh? While I was watching the mute girl, Lamb's voice suddenly reached my ears. A sister named Hor lifted her arm, shyly calling me, not quite used to saying my name. What's up? Stood up, furrowing my brow and asked her.
我们要来抽抽，别的不行了。
Damn. Hold on. Okay. Oh, sorry. Wrong button again. Laura told me a bit awkwardly. Turned to look at her younger sister. Uh-oh. Claire's face turned really red. She hunched over, holding her legs, just like Laura said. Eat, drink, pee, poop. For constants of human life, we have been on the road for a while, so these lambs probably needed a break. Since Sun didn't cover the rules about relieving themselves, they might have been holding it in until now. Sure, if anyone needs to go, just do it on the spot. Do it on the spot. Looked at them and casually announced my solution.
梁爷，不行。
Huh? Or not? Oh. Lamb called Hyunghwa seemed uneasy about my suggestion to do it on the spot. She looked at me awkwardly and then glanced nervously at Tang, who was resting under a nearby tree. Her eyes showed worry and discomfort. While I wasn't entirely sure of her thoughts, I could guess. Maybe she was concerned that if Tang woke up and saw them relieving themselves nearby, he might find reason to punish them. Or she might be hinting that being a girl among guys, she didn't want to do it in front of men. I lean more towards the first one. After all, these young girls were still a few years away from being adults. So, such concern shouldn't bother them. Alright, follow me with the ropes. Head to a spot behind those trees. Line up, and take care of it there. Man. This is quite something. Anyway. Shared the plan and went to the pack horse, undoing the tied ropes. Holding the ropes, I guided each lamb. We passed the sleeping town, going toward the cluster of trees a bit away. I let the lambs to relieve themselves. When they came back, Tong was still asleep. The lambs took a short nap. I stayed awake, keeping an eye on them and the surroundings. After lunch, we resumed our journey. We walked for 4 or 5 hours around the foot of Xiaohua Mountain. Thankfully, we didn't run into any bees or the tiger herd Tom mentioned, who had stumbled along the way, almost falling. Luckily, the rope tied around her waist and being close to her sister kept her from hitting the ground. Damn. Silver moon shone bright and stars scattered across the sky. Soft clouds moved slowly and insects made a racket. Night made it hard to see. So we decided to find a campsite at dusk, resting until dawn before hitting the road again. We've been through these mountains a lot. Found a good mountain lake for camp as dusk settled in. The lake was good for water and washing, and the conditions were decent. Tang set up camp and I made a fire. He unloaded tools from the pack horse, gathered some dry straw nearby, and set up makeshift bedding. Grabbed a bundle of firewood, took out the fire, starting tools from the pack. With the fire striker in one hand and a piece of flint in the other, I struck the flint hard, producing sparks. Swiftly brought the flint near the tinder, and after a few attempts, the flame finally caught on the tinder. Then quickly spread from the tinder to the firewood, forming a blazing campfire. Wow. Gotta say though, the art is like pretty decent. Campfire served as a warning for nearby bees and provided us with light and warmth. The youngest, Claire, happily sat down and got close to the blazing fire. She reached out her hands to feel the warmth of the campfire. Seeing Claire do this, the other lambs first checked our expressions, making sure we weren't mad. Then they also gathered around the campfire.
梁，你还真能搭好火呀！我记得你不是怕火吗？
Just done with this work, Tong joined us by the campfire. Brought up my old story. Well, I used to be scared of fire due to past memories of a disaster. Scared before, not now.
哈哈，那是好事儿啊！本来想着你怕火，下次杀人放火，我都不愿带着你。
Tong scared the lambs with his words again, but I didn't feel like continuing the talk. And honestly, when you have to deal with someone, you don't need to resort to arson.
妈的，累死了！要不是怕这些小羊跑了，就该让他们去给咱们拾柴火、铺床铺。哎，梁，中午我休息过了啊，你先睡2个时辰吧。2个时辰后，你给我换班。
Okay. Alright. I nodded and settled down by the campfire. Gentle breeze passed by, making the campfire flames sway like torn red ribbons in the air. Did I miss something? Hold on, sorry. Let me double check on it. Oh, okay. Just to be sure. Fire's glow revealed the faces of the lambs, who remained still, perhaps fearing punishment. Yet their shadows had already adjusted to the surroundings. With the flickering firelight, those shadows danced freely. The crackling of the burning wood added a lively tune to their performance. scene in front of me brought back memories of the shadow plays I enjoyed during my childhood. Feeling a bit drowsy, while lost in thoughts of shadow play, I ended up dozing off. Guess I'll sleep first. The tongue watching over the lamps, no need to fret. Slightly on edge, I clutched my blade and fell asleep. My gaze fixed on the dancing flames, I succumbed to the weight of my eyelids, gradually slipping into dreams.
梁，醒醒！
What? Barely like a slip. Liang's voice rang in my ears. Slowly opened my eyes. Huh? 4 hours fly by already? Guess that short nap didn't do much. Honestly, I felt more worn out now. 4 hours already? I asked Tang as I got up.
对，柴火烧了2捆，差不多2个时辰了。
The lamps okay?
都睡了。
Tang gestured at the nearby beds. Lamps rested by the fire, Claire and Horrid, together. Zhonghua and the mute girl on separate beds. Ropes around their waists kept them in place. Okay, I'll take the next shift. I nodded, gesturing to Tang, and decided to stand up for a quick stretch to refresh myself. Tang saw me stand up, then he found a bed and lay down. Wow. He immediately fell asleep. This shit. Dozed off fast, and soon enough I heard his snoring. Now, it's just waiting for the sun to rise. Quite a chore. 4 hours of sleep daily for several dozen days. Disregard, those lamps probably had it better than us. On the way, they could sleep for 8 hours. Once we reach our destination, they could get sold to the fancy sheep. If luck was on their side, and they were chosen, they might get adopted as daughters. Even if luck wasn't on their side, becoming servants or maids, these chaotic times was still better than being refugees and bandits like us, right? Thinking about it that way, this job might actually be a good deed. Huh. There's that. What was that? Hold on. While lost in my thoughts, a sudden noise caught my attention. I swiftly turned to see its origin. In the dancing firelight, a lamb rose to its feet. Oh, it's the kid. It was Little Mute. Why are you up? I asked Little Mute coldly. No worries, she couldn't. Agree? I asked again. Huh? Shook her head. Need to pee? She nodded. Pee? I frowned. In the middle of the night? Such a bad habit. She needed to pee, but it was tricky. The rope tied to her, to the other lambs and going could disturb their sleep or even bother Tongue. Going nearby wouldn't be ideal either. So what are you gonna do? It gets smelly, and if I let her once, she'll probably do it again next time. Okay. So what are we gonna do then? What are we gonna do there? Hold on, I gotta save. I gotta save. Alright, I'll untie you for now and lead you to the lakeside to pee. Just be good and don't do anything extra. Told Little Mute coldly. She nodded obediently. Russell. I moved behind her, carefully looking for the knots, and after a bit of effort, I finally undid the rope for her. Follow me. Went to the fire, grabbed an unburnt stick, lit it as a torch, and continued forward. Little Mute followed behind me. She kept a grip on my robe, following closely to stay on track. She kept stumbling on my back, onto my back, using it to stay steady. We walk over dry branches and fallen leaves, push aside the foliage blocking our way, and finally step onto soft soil. Damn though, look at that look at that art. We reach the lakeside. Tall reeds border the lake. Ground was damp. It seemed like a good spot to take care of business. There's a good spot to go, said to Little Mute, pointing to the nearby reeds. Little Mute nodded and went over. Crouched down, tried to untie her belt, then stood up again. What? She looked at me a bit embarrassed. Well, seems like she's shy. Preferred some privacy. Fair enough. She seemed smart. Respected her wishes. Turned around to give her some privacy. After a bit, I heard a rustling sound. She was undoing her skirt. Doing it slowly, maybe a bit hesitant, perhaps worried I might turn around and catch a glimpse. Thinking a lot, for a 9-year-old. When I was 9, did I care if there were people around when I peed? Oh. Yeah, that might be true. What the shit was that? Eh? Suddenly, a chilly breeze swept over my neck. Excuse me, what was that? Tap tap. Quick, rhythmic footsteps came from behind. Someone was running right behind me. Little Mute. Wait. Why the sudden tension? Oh god. Is there gonna be like a choice? What's going on? Oh! Whoa! Oh my god, she has a knife. She actually is a freaking... Oh my god, wow. Look at that art though. Look at that art. Spun around. Shiny dagger flashed in the moonlight. In her hand, the small dagger glimmered, and she thrust it upward, aiming at my throat. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, and beneath those strands, I saw a pair of eyes filled with deadly intent. Where did she get the dagger? Why did she want me dead? My mind went blank. Beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Her sudden attack caught me off guard. What should I do? Fuck. I feel like I'm gonna die. Okay, first, she's aiming at your throat. If we step back, I guess that's fine. We kind of dodge it slightly, but we don't know what. Neck tackle though. I feel like she's very swift. I don't think neck tackle is appropriate. But well, we might die here. I'm playing this blindly, by the way. Step back. And we dead. Gotta dodge the dagger. A moment of panic, without time to think, I step back sharply to avoid the dagger. Then a problem. In my rush, I slip on the wet ground by the lake. Ah, okay. Unable to stand firm, my body suddenly lost balance, tilting backward. Damn it. It's over. We're dead. Curse silently and fell backward. Yeah, we're dead. We're dead. We're so dead. Well, we're dead. Through clear sounds. Me hitting the ground and her dagger through my throat. Quack! So we should have like neck tackled. I wonder. Stared at her, my killer little mute. Put all her strength into the dagger, splitting my throat completely. Wow! Okay. So, couldn't see her expression under her hair, but those gritted teeth told me she gave it her all. Must have used every ounce of strength to take you down. Blood gushed from my neck. Tried to break free, but with my throat like this, it was useless. Little mute, why did she kill me? No answers. That grip spread, draining my strength and warmth. Questions unanswered, I slowly closed my eyes and sank toward death. Okay, we're dead. Let's go. Ending died halfway. Hey, I got a first ending. Let's go. Next. Bad ending immediately. But this is interesting, yo. Okay. Let's continue. Continue with a little like a fast forward. Alright. So neck tackle then. An ordinary person might have died from her surprise attack. My years of bloody experience kicked in. I stayed calm. Faced with the dagger, I didn't try to block with my hand or hastily dodge. Quickly lowered my body, moved aside from the dagger, and then forcefully slammed into her. Dude. My charge threw her off balance and her arm lifted. She missed a stab, the dagger pierced through the air. Relieved, I pressed on, pouncing like a wolf into its prey, and shoved her into the reeds by the lake. Whoa, that's quite a tackle. Yeah. Whoa! Oh! That's okay. Damn, yo, tackle the kid. You're like twice the body weight. Damn. Pin her down. Right leg on her belly, left leg on her arm. Wow, very descriptive. Right hand grip her dagger hand, left hand squeeze her throat. After her failed stab, the dagger slipped from her hand. The instant she struggled to snatch it back, I promptly pressed down on her hand. Now she was completely under my control, unable to move. What the hell are you playing at? Okay. I glared at her, my eyes fierce like a wild wolf growling at her with a low voice. Meanwhile, I pressed down her even harder on her, pulling her arm with increased force, almost crushing her thin forearm. I wonder if she's actually mute, though. She could hardly bear it when I suddenly pinched her arm and pressed all my weight on her. In particular, her right hand was probably hurt by my knee, and the bone might be broken. Damn. Up. Short dagger slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Right after that, something I could never expect happened. So she really was not mute. Slightly red, teary eyes, she begged as she cried. Little mute, she actually spoke. With chapter 3 already. Oh, wow, okay. How come you're talking? You're not mute? I stared blankly at the little mute pinned beneath me. She actually talked. Tears in her eyes, face red, struggling for breath under my weight. Even so, a moment ago, she begged for mercy, each word crystal clear. Did being frightened by me make her suddenly able to speak? No way. Ever heard of a mute being cured? This girl must have had some sinister plan from the start, faking being mute to catch others off guard. Spill it! Why the mute act? Where'd you get that dagger? I snapped at her, eyeing the dagger who had slipped from her hand, or that had slipped from her hand.
两爷，你高压死我了，我没法说。
She kept begging for mercy. Glanced at her and sighed. Grabbed the dagger she dropped. My left hand held her arm, dagger against her neck and my thigh. Oh, the dagger against her neck and my right. Sorry. Beep beep. I rose, eyes fixed on her, pulling her up from the ground.
疼，腿被压得坏了，站不起来了。
Oh, I feel sorry. She got up, wobbling a bit, finding her footing, like a newborn deer learning to walk. Billy Brat, why the mute act? Why the hell did you play mute? Kept my gaze fixed on her, each word sharp and deliberate. At the same time, I pressed a dagger closer to her neck. I was still steaming from her failed sneak attack. This brat was definitely aiming to finish me off just now. Yeah, we died. If she didn't explain, I might actually cut her throat.
别杀我，我什么都说。我之前装成哑巴，是怕被尹三认出来。
Huh?
尹三他是人牙子，我怕他问的多了会起疑心，便干脆装成哑巴。
Okay. What are you scared he'd figure out?
我想杀豚妖，不能被他怀疑。
Huh? Swine demon? She looked down, and the mention of that term just made me more puzzled. What's a swine demon? Why is she bringing it up all of a sudden?
梁爷，其实尹三骗了你和星爷。你们不是把我们送去富贵人家，而是要送我们去豚妖那里做菜人。你一把我们卖去洛阳，我们就要被豚妖给吃了。
Sorry, what? Sorry? That could mean many things. Like literally be fed? Or worse? She urgently spoke with a teary tone, and I was caught off guard. Kai and I were taking these lambs to become lamb dishes? I knew the meaning of lamb dishes. It meant people would be eaten. Oh my god! Human trafficking is already bad as it is, and now we get the cannibalism now? Oh my god! Okay. Wow. I remember hearing that term for the first time when I was young, back in the peaceful era, and it gave me chills. In recent years, there was a famine in Shan. Heard in some hard-hit areas, folks were selling kids for food. Some even sold concubines for cash, dissecting them to hawk their organs. Sounds brutal, but it doesn't seem made up. Oh! Whoa! Okay. It's either they're cutting down and dissecting for their organs or literally eating them. Oh my goodness. Man, this storyline is real pretty dark. Lambs I'm sending are actually gonna end up as some swine demons lamb dishes.
洛阳城里有一头豚妖，它重1000斤，生性好食人。
What?
他有1000年修为，能化身人形，在旁人看起来，他是洛阳最富贵的人，但他其实就是个无恶不作的大妖怪。我们全家住在洛阳附近，爹是个囤药种田的佃农。他有一次来我家看地时，看上了我姐姐，便和我爹说想纳姐姐为妾。
Okay. Okay.
爹爹怕他，便同意了。没多久后，姐姐便失踪了。这之后，爹爹去问姐姐的情况，他们说姐姐偷东西跑了，找不到人了。
Probably dead, yeah.
我不信姐姐会偷东西，整天哭闹，说是要见姐姐。直到有一天，我梦到了姐姐。姐姐说她被囤药吃了，希望我给她报仇。她还说，囤药的口味越来越刁，以后不只要吃女人，还要吃小娃子。
Oh, wow. That's so dark.
姐姐还跟我说，囤药让化州的尹三做人牙子的活，给她送孩子吃，让我找机会给她报仇。
Okay. I listened silently to her tale, pondering for a moment. Not convincing. What she said about the lamb dishes was morally despicable, even for a bandit like me. And all of this planned by a swine demon with 1,000 years of cultivation, her knowledge coming from dreams her sister sent her. Certainly hard to buy into. You acted mute. Let Insan take you just to get close to the swine demon? I asked, ice in my voice. Little mute nodded. You think I'll believe your nonsense? Swine demon eating people, sister sending dreams? Don't bullshit me. Don't get how a kid like you comes up with so many lies. If you really want to off the swine demon, why lay hands on me just now? If I die, who's gonna take you to meet the swine demon? Are you gonna avenge your sister? Ignoring the mystical talk about the swine demon eating people and her sister sending dreams, as I spoke, I quickly spotted the holes in her story. While her tale could explain her choice to act mute and carry a dagger, couldn't justify why she attacked me earlier. The reasoning just didn't add up. If I died, you're gonna escort her to off the swine demon. Ah. Sure enough, the little mute went silent, unable to answer my question. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Seeing her go silent, my suspicion deepened, and I began questioning the truth behind her words. What now? Should I end her? End this lying brat? Or wake up her tongue and figure out how to handle her? I pondered, biting my lip, when suddenly I caught sight of bean-sized tears rolling down her face, resembling a snapped string of pearls.
因为我很怕，太怕了。夕夜白天的时候不是说了吗？说如果我们不听话，会把我们活剥生吃。我以为你们也是囤药，越想越怕，刚刚都做噩梦了。
Damn. The crying though.
方才我把刀藏在巨库里，梁爷看着我解手，脱下巨库，肯定能看到刀。 良爷这次背过身去没看，但若是下次看了，你肯定会变成毒药，把我给吃了。我怕了，不知道怎么做，心狠就想着要刺良爷。
Oh my god, the crying though.
良爷，对不起，对不起，我再也不敢了。
Wow. The mute wiped her tears, crying on and off. While crying, she kept saying sorry to me. She cried, gasping for air, body shaking. She looked really scared, asking me to forgive her. But I still wanted to see. Got it, right? Since you've got a dagger, no matter what you say, I'll be suspicious. Stop that, or try to stab me with that dagger. So I should kill you no matter what you say. Snarled quietly, seizing her dagger, lifting my hand, mimicking a move like I was about to stab her.
良爷不要杀我，良爷不能杀，我再也不敢了，不敢了。
Are you really gonna kill her? I'm gonna kill you!
饶我一命，良爷！我以后长大了给你赚钱，让你白吃白喝，给你说生死，做今生。
Stop scaring the kid.
饶我吧！
I feel so sorry for this kid. She shook in fear, legs giving way, crying with watery eyes and snotty face, talking nonsense. Terrified, she tried to flee, falling like a scared piglet, kicking her legs while letting out a chilling non-stop wail. If I hadn't held her, she'd have hit the ground. And it was too dark to see clearly, but her terrified state suggested she might wet herself if pushed any further. Made sense. Seeing her like this, I felt a bit at ease. I've been too mature before, and with her smooth talk earlier, had me on edge. Now she generally seemed scared, showing the age-appropriate tears. Considering her clumsy dagger move, she didn't seem skilled. Unless I tripped just now, could have killed me. Yeah, which you did. You died. After some thought, I eased up on my guard. Same time, any thoughts of her killing her vanished. Get up. I sheathed the dagger and pulled her to her feet. She glanced at me, fear lingering, surprised I spared her suddenly, still sobbing softly. I'll let you live this time, not killing you for now.
谢谢良爷，我就知道良爷不是妖怪，是好人。
I'm no good guy. Tonight I can't just pretend nothing happened. I went cold face. After my words, little mute, who had relaxed a bit, after narrowly escaping, immediately stiffened, her expression freezing. Face away from me. I coldly commanded little mute. She obeyed, stiffly, turning her body around.
良爷，你要做什么？
What are you doing, indeed? Punishing
怎
you.
么罚我？
How, indeed? Ah! Take off your skirt, you'll see. Oh my god, I don't know how to feel about this. Take it off, didn't you hear me? I barked at her, and the sudden loudness causing her body to jolt.
我不想脱。
If you don't, I'll kill you.
良爷到底要做什么？
What exactly are you doing? Her voice quivered, filled with reluctance. What are you even doing, dude? I was puzzled, a sudden wave of irritation hitting me. Why was this brat being so difficult? I said I wouldn't kill her, and she won't even take a simple punishment. Is she trying to challenge me? With that in mind, I decided to go ahead and forcefully remove her skirt. Oh my god, seriously? Then she said something that left me stunned.
良爷，你不能犯法。弟弟跟我说过，法有规，监幼女12岁以下者斩决。我不满12，刘爷要34。
Wow! I froze, and the attempt to remove her skirt came to a sudden halt. Ugh. I didn't anticipate this brat having such ideas. I told her to turn around to remove her skirt, intending to give her corporal punishment. I wanted her to cut a piece of the nearby reed and spank her bottom a few times, leaving 3 red marks. But I really didn't expect that this little troublemaker thought I was after something intimate. Oh my god! Okay. In that moment, my thoughts felt childlike, while she appeared mature. Gave me a strange sense of reversal, making my already irritated mood turn awkward, chaotic, and even more displeased. Should I handle this to teach her a lesson? Oh my god, I didn't save. Fuck! I should have saved! Wait. Okay, fine. Go along with the conversation, I guess. I want to know more. Why not go along with her story and give her a little fright? No! No, not that kind! Wait! I didn't mean that! Yo! No! No! Don't scare the shit! Wait. I don't want that. Not like that.
我不满12，刘爷要34。
I don't want to go along with that. That's fucking nuts. Spank. I don't want to explain anything to her anymore. No more words. Just spank. Swish. With the dagger she just used, slice a switch from the lakeside reed. And as I made the cut, she flinched, eyes shut. Afterward, I measured the reed's length with my hands, assessing its thickness. Perfect. This reed swish was perfect for spanking her.
良爷，你这是要做什么？
Doing what? Of course, it's for spanking your butt. Where did your mind wander off to just now? Time for punishment. At Sol one.
狼爷是要打我屁股，那你打吧，就是打轻点行不行？
Jeffy, she's like, just be gentle with the spanking, okay? What the? This kid? Pick up your skirt, or should I do it?
我来脱。
Yeah, don't explain. That's the sicko. Millimetered forward, reach for the sizes of the skirt, swiftly use her fingers to untie the knots and remove them. The dim light, coupled with tall reeds, obscured the details from my view. Then I heard a soft rustle of clothes hitting the ground and vaguely saw her exposed skin in the shadows. Well, it seems she did take off her skirt, revealing her bottom.
良爷，我已经脱了，打轻点行不行？
I don't know. Didn't bother talking more with her. Everything set, it's time to get started. I raised my hand, lifted the reed switch, gave her bottom a firm smack. Ow. Smack.
怎么直接打了？
She has to complain too. Okay. Smack. Oh, Corinne.
不打了，良爷，
Oh, the poor kid.
好疼，火辣辣的疼，太疼。
And to think that she's a skinny kid too. Wipe her tear-stained face, pulled up her skirt and retied the knots. Gave her 3 stars. Child's skin is delicate and she appeared frail, offering little resistance. To avoid causing harm to her muscles and affecting her ability to walk in the next few days, I restrained my force. Still, I was certain it would leave 3 red marks. Your life spared for now. But keep tonight's event a secret for you. If Tong caught wind of it, he might devour you alive. I'll be watching you closely on this journey. If you try anything again, I'll kill you, breaking my rule of sparing children. On the way back, she limped, feeling the sting from the punishment. As she walked ahead, I lectured her from behind. At the same time, I asked her some questions. The more I think about it, the less you seem like a 9-year-old. How old are you exactly?
11岁，天启元年生人，属鸡。
Oh, you seem small like a 9-year-old.
我吃的少，长得矮。
What's your name?
满岁。
Manshui? Okay. She paused for a moment, then uttered 2 words. How do you
不
write
会
it?
写，只知道岁是吃的那个岁。
Sui. Okay. Parents truly work as a tenant farmers.
真的，到洛阳城后，你可以去查。
What if those words are false?
若有假，我全家不得好死。
We'll check your story as we travel. No need for oaths. Hate being lied to. If you lie to me, I'll kill you and your whole family. I warned her coldly. After hearing the threat of killing her whole family, she shivered and fell silent. She might have been scared. She'd just been worn out from crying and yelling earlier. In either case, she walked in front of me in silence, not paying me any more heed. Moonlight stretched her shadow as she moved through the mountainous woods. From behind, she appeared slender and solitary, akin to a lone young animal. Manshui. Shui, as in the wheat ear, silently repeated her name. His name echoed in the with the hope of a farming family. Like the wish for fields to be lush with golden wheat ears. Suddenly, a series of scenes surged into my mind. It was as if I could see a vast wheat field. An endless field bathed in sunlight, wheat ears linked together like a golden lake. Strong wind steered, creating ripples on the lake, forming waves. Her family held her hand, running amidst these waves. She laughed and fell into the golden sea, smiling joyfully. I mean, this guy is really not a bad person, honestly. Oh, it's Shree's prologue? Oh wow, you get a prologue too of her story. Okay. I knew why Dad named me Manshui. Dad was a farmer, working a hectare of land. A hectare he farmed was all planted with wheat. In spring, wheat was green, and come summer, it would transform into stunning golden color. Dad would go harvest the wheat when summer was drawing to a close. Back then, I would trail behind Dad one step after another. Dad prayed for a good harvest every year and hoped that the wheat would fill the entire field. That's why after my birth, he named me Manshui, meaning full head of wheat, and nicknamed me Shuye.
小猫乖，小猫乖。
Quieted down and gently stroked the kitten's chin. When I stroke its chin, it would feel good. Raise its head, squint its eyes, and start purring. Couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the kitten. Recently, a kitten had been regularly showing up at our doorstep. A stray kitten came from nowhere and found its way to our village one day. First, it would wander around the village entrance. Dad said that sooner or later it would be butchered and eaten. Couldn't stand the thought of that, so I kidnapped it and brought it home. Didn't keep it locked up. Instead, I just let it roam around every day. However, since I had been regularly feeding it, didn't usually stray too far from my home. Over time, it became my cat.
小猫，你娘住哪呀？
Stroked the cat's head and asked it, "Oh no, kitty!" Cat meowed at me once. Didn't understand what it was saying. My guess was that it had probably gotten separated from its mom and had been wandering for a very long time.
小猫，你最喜欢吃什么呢？
Tilted my head and asked it, "Ah, kitty." Kitten meowed again. Still didn't understand what it was saying.
我去给你找点吃的。
Ah, cute! Not understanding the language of cats, I smiled and gently patted the kitten's head. Then I walked over to a small clay pot next to the front door. I reached into the pot and took a small fish the size of my palm. Caught it in the river for this morning.
来，给你吃。
Gave the small fish to the kitten. Kitten joyfully snagged the fish with its two paws, licking it fervently with its tongue. And that's when I would take the opportunity to pet it. Put my hand on its back, slowly stroking its fur. Very well behaved. Doesn't move no matter how I pet it.
哎，小孙儿，你怎么用小鱼儿来喂狸奴啊？太浪费了。
这小鱼是我在河边抓的，反正鱼太小，人吃不了，不如给小猫吃。
哎，鱼小也都是肉，不如让你爹煮了，就着野菜给我们开开荤呢。作孽呀！这年头这么苦，狸奴都比人吃得好。咱家上下一年到头都吃不了几回肉，这熊孩子倒好，用鱼肉来喂狸。
I hear my grandma's non-stop complaints in my ears. As Grandma grew older, her nagging also gradually increased. She complained about Mom the most and me next. Mom really took good care of Grandma. She never talked back when Grandma was nagging. Instead, she would bow her head, admit her fault, and adjust silently. I thought that was really smart. If you talk back to Grandma, she would counter 10 times, and so forth, without an end.
穗儿，别玩了，来给娘帮忙。
While I was thinking about Mom, she suddenly called my
等
name.
一下，
不能等，我在给你弟弟喂粥。
帮什么忙呀？
洗菜。
好，我来了。
Shouted to my mom inside the house.
小猫，小猫，我不能喂你了，你要自己吃干净哦。
Cute kitty, look at that. Patted the kitten's hand and tossed the fish onto the ground. Kitten obediently lifted its head and let out a meow as if it understood my words. Such a clever kitten. I sighed in admiration silently, then turned around and went inside to help Mom. I was feeding porridge to my brother. I grabbed a bunch of wild vegetables piled in the corner of the room. Roots of the vegetables were covered in dirt, emitting an earthy scent. To prevent the house from becoming damp, we washed the vegetables outside. Carried the vegetables washing basket outside and started washing the vegetables next to Grandma, who was sunbathing. She glanced at me with her eyes half closed before dozing off again. Mom already taught me how to wash vegetables. I scooped some water from the water tank and poured some into the vegetable washing basket and tossed the wild vegetables in. After soaking the vegetables for a while to remove the dirt, I changed the water and used my hands to scrub them. I wanted to clean the vegetables well, so Mom would praise me for being responsible when she sees them later.
今天是5月初6，说来也巧，岁儿诞辰之时也是5月初6。
娘，姐姐几岁
？8岁了，她呀，再过几年就要嫁人喽。
几年？
怎么说也得6年。等她到了14岁，头发就可以竖起来，然后便可以嫁人啦。
14?
啊，那我几岁嫁人？
胡话，你是男丁，不嫁人的。你要给家里传宗接代，以后要考功名，娶媳妇儿。
I was washing vegetables outside the house, and I could hear their conversation. It's my younger brother, who's 3 years old and just learned how to talk last year. Ever since my brother was born, the most adored child in the family has become him instead of me. I felt jealous when my younger brother took away the love that used to be directed at me in the family. There were times when I really disliked him and times when I liked him. In the past year, I guess the liking part has become a bit more than the dislike.
Sir!
Huh? Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice, which made me immediately stop my job and raise my head. A man was approaching from the farmland in the distance. He was dressed in burlap fabric and wearing a bamboo hat. He was tall and broad and was always a tender smile on his face. It's my dad and my favorite family member.
爹爹，
Ran over right away and hugged his tie upon seeing him.
哎，孙儿乖，孙儿乖啊！
Dad stroked my head like I stroked the kitten's head.
孙儿猜猜看，爹爹今天给你带了什么？
什么呀？
Fiercely, I leaned forward and then took out the treasure he had hidden from for a long time. It was a dark red thing with a weird shape like a wooden ball.
爹爹，这是什么呀？
听说啊，这叫番薯，海外传来的稀罕货，吃了能长寿。
Oh.
你怎么弄的？
花了一点钱，跟村里的人买的。
这2年光景不好，你还乱花钱。
没事儿，偶尔吃吃呗，多下点力气，种更多的地，钱不就回来了？
Dad explained while smiling, and Mom didn't say anything more. Put my hands on the potato, which was rough on the surface. It seemed like it had to be peeled first before eating.
爹爹，我要吃，我也要吃。
I told Dad I wanted to eat the sweet potato, and my brother also wriggled in Mom's arm, saying he wanted some too.
哎，什么稀罕玩意儿，我也要尝尝。
Even Grandma stumbled in from outside the house, saying she wanted some.
哎，好，等会儿我就烤了它。别急别急，你们都有份啊。
Dad chuckled, stroking my head and shouting at us. I looked at my family in the house and felt blissful. Looked up toward the cloudless sky. Wanted to find a cloud that resembled me, but I couldn't. What will I be like when I grow up? Who will I marry in the future? Besides getting married, what else will I do in the future? I have no clue about any of these things. Only know that I have a wish. I want to be with my family forever. Damn. Chapter are we in now? Wait, what chapter are we in now? Hold on. Now shadow play. Okay. In the early morning, a light mist covered the mountains and forests. Sun broke through the haze, shining on our campsite. Birds were already up at this hour, chirping without fatigue, as if signaling to the lambs that it's time to get up. Throughout the night, I remained vigilant to observe the surroundings. I held onto my blade, leaning against a tree, waiting the break of dawn. Mansui's mindset was surprisingly good. Despite the events of last night, it didn't seem to bother her sleep. Once at the campsite, she soon drifted off, her delicate snores blending with the nighttime chorus of insects. Perhaps my spanking last night left her bottom too sore to lie down, so she chose to sleep on her stomach. With arms crossed on the ground, she nestled her head between them, half dozing with her backside in the air. Even more like a cat. After observing Mansui for a while, I took a brief glance at the other lambs and tongue. Midway through, I took a short nap, attempting to sleep with my eyes open. Tried sleeping with my eyes open several times over the years, but it never seemed to work. After a couple of hours of restlessness, I witnessed the sunrise across the hills as dawn arrived, and Tong woke up.
起来，都起来，我们要继续赶路了啊！
Tong, freshly awake, promptly urged the lambs to get up. He paced, shouted, and tapped his dagger on the tree next to the lambs, occasionally poking them. Lambs rubbed their eyes, sat up, and then stood up one by one. After everyone woke up, we hit the road. The sun was in the east, and we walked toward it. After an hour of walking, a lamb suddenly called me.
梁爷，有事。
What? Honger called out to me. What's up? Need to go potty again?
不是，是肚子饿，我没肚子饿，我也饿了。
Oh, I'll go get some grub.
海良，等等，
I headed for the saddlebags, and at that moment, Tong stopped me.
干嘛顺着这小羊？它饿就饿去呗。我们不是定好规矩了，每天只有正午和黄昏发粮，这样便于管那些小羊，也不会误了时辰。
Okay. I nodded and pulled back my hand from reaching for the ration. Tong was right. Rules bring order. Fetching grub every time a lamb is hungry would disrupt the routine, prevent them from realizing their disadvantaged situation. Hanging there a bit longer or distribute rations at noon. Walk over to Hunger and relayed my message. Their faces showed a hint of disappointment. I glanced at them without saying more and continued on my way. We kept going on the mountain path, moving slow to accommodate the lambs. Climbed up a bit and went down another stretch. Past experience suggested we were just past Xiaohua Mountain into Mountain Huashan's territory. Dense trees limited visibility. I couldn't spot Mountain Huashan's peak. At noon, everyone was a bit hungry, and the lambs were showing signs of fatigue. We decided to take a short break and grab some food. Right at that moment, something unexpected happened.
妈的，梁，快过来！
Huh? At the front line suddenly yelled. Saw something in the woods, surprised look on his face. He waved for me to come over. I was puzzled. I cautiously moved forward, hand on the blade at my wrist. Or at my waist. Blech. Corpse. Oh! Oh! Damn, the art kinda caught me off guard there. Okay. Clearing away the branches, what came into view was a lifeless body. Leaning against a tree, probably a man. Reason I said probably was that he had been dead for days, making it hard to distinguish his features. Trees connected to white bones, bones fused with flesh clinging to clothing, all bound together. Shrouded with a black cloth on the head, dressed in a ragged robe, hair unkempt, face mostly hidden in the shadow of his hair. but glimpses of bloody hole peeked through the strands. Oh god. Countless ants crawled over his mangled body. Flies buzzing around. They darted in and out of his flesh, feasting on the man's corpse. I was curious why the body didn't stink, and I noticed the insects, the foul odor hit my nose, carried by the wind. Ugh. Gross. Suddenly, the disgusting smell of the corpse hit me, filling my lungs and making my stomach churn. Uh-oh. Hyunghwa came with us. Got a bit scared when she saw the corpse.
别叫！
I gave Hyunghwa a fierce look. Hyunghwa quickly stepped back in fear. Hong'er also noticed the corpse, didn't stare, just rushed to block Hong'er from seeing. Shui got a bit jittery seeing the corpse, but compared to the other girls, she held up well. Kept staring at the body, looking kind of spaced out. Deadly injury on the neck. Held my nose and leaned over to check the body. Man had a neat cut on his neck. Oh, the man had a neat cut on his neck. Even though the blood had dried, it was clear that this cut ended his life. Dead for over 10 days. Definitely not an animal's doing. Someone killed him. Corpse is in good shape. The big bees have come to eat it.
那看来，坏消息是附近有盗匪，好消息是附近没有野兽。
Might not be bandits. Could be someone from his same group who did it. This route's not an official road, but we've been through it before. Hardly ever ran into bandits. Nowadays, travelers killing each other isn't uncommon. Shared my suspicions, stealing a glance at Mansui behind me. Indeed, had I been less cautious last night, might have been killed by her and left sprawled by the right. Fortnight later, my remains would be a feast for insects discovered amidst horrified screams. With that in mind, I felt the urge to give her a stern lesson again tonight.
呀，看看他身上还有什么东西。
Alright. During the odor, Tang and I decided to scavenge the corpse. This was our custom. In the forest, we always resembled wolves. Wolves would bite down on prey worth biting, and they'd gnaw on leftover remains.
妈的，什么都没有，早被扒空了。看来真是盗匪杀的。
Not empty-handed, at least found this. Presented Tang with a unique find. Despite finding nothing on the man, we came across a wooden box nearby. The box was of a rich dark wood, specific kind unknown to me. About 3 feet in length, it has a donkey hide, 2 braces, 3 differently sized brushes and knives, 4 pre-cut puppets, and a cluster of dye bottles. I knew these things. Wooden box contained items for shadow play.
这是啥？
Used for shadow play performances.
影子戏，看来这男的是戏子。
Not necessarily. Maybe just had to resort to shadow play as a means of making a living. Casually told Tang, and as I spoke, I began packing up the man's wooden box, intending to stow it in our belongings.
喂，梁，你想捡这破烂？这东西连盗匪都不要，你捡到城里能卖几个钱？
I just want it.
那你得把这东西和放干粮的地方弄远点儿，不然有味儿。
Leave me be! You're not even gonna use it. Let me use it. Luckily, this box was already far from the corpse. Saying that, I wedged a wooden box into a gap in the stuff on the pack horse.
妈的，本来就没胃口，给你搞得更没胃口了。
We missed lunch by 2 hours. Finding a dead body tended to ruin everyone's appetite. During this time, Hyunghwa and Hong'er struggled with nausea, likely disturbed by the memory of the corpse. They held back from vomiting, not wanting to lose precious food, Vomiting would mean one less meal and might draw attention, uh, risking a scolding from us. 2 hours later, Tang and I handed out the grub from the lambs, to the lambs. Took a short nap at noon, and Tang took the lambs to the bathroom break. And he also rested for a bit while keeping watch. In the afternoon, we walked along a long stretch of mountainous trail. It got tougher with a good stretch of unusual trail. We pushed through the weeds. Sometimes I had to use my blade to cut through thorns blocking the way. Noah's legs got a bit shaky during this, and there was a moment when she slipped into a mountain ditch. Luckily, she had a rope tied around her waist. We swiftly pulled her back up. After getting pulled up, she was still shaken. Tang mocked with a few mean comments, but once we approached, took her hand and comforted her. Shivering and teary-eyed, Qianhua slowly calmed down with Mansui's silent comfort. Mansui took care of things for us. Tang and I weren't going to coddle the sensitive lamb. Even Tang had to admit, well, this mute lamb is the most worry-free. As Tang said that, I glanced at Mansui. That moment, she raised her eyes, looked at me with a hint of smugness, as if to say, see, I fooled him. The look made me want to punch her. I knew she was faking being mute, lied about her age. She was the trickiest, most dangerous troublemaker. To keep her alive, I kept it to myself, not telling Tang any of it. Come to think of it, why am I even bothering to keep this girl alive? Why did I cover up what happened last night from Tang? We may not be best buddies, but after all we have been through together, why was I reluctant to spill the beans to Tang? I didn't know. Every time I wanted to spill the beans to Tang, I felt this tightness in my chest, making me choose to keep covering for her. It was stifling. You're not a bad person in general, then. Night, the lambs had another meal of rations and water. After eating, Tang and I had to get the fire going and arrange the beds.
梁，我们把那个小哑巴的绳子给解了吧。
Why?
尹三儿本来就说他听话，不用绑。我开始不信，但现在也觉得这小羊乖啊，不绑也行啊。
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
给他解了绑，可以多一个人给我们拾些树枝，让我们每天快点生火和铺床啊。
Can't trust this brat. Shot a cold look at Manchu and said to Tang,
你什么时候比我都警惕了啊？放心，一只小羊搞不出什么大动静，在这山里，它想逃也逃不了啊。
What you did not know is actually she comes from where we're going. Fine, just untie her at this time every day. I agreed with Tang and went up to untie Manshui. While doing so, I kept a close eye on her. Of course, I didn't trust her. Even though I had taken her, away her small dagger and searched her thoroughly to make sure she had no hidden weapon. Oh, Mr. Invalid! Hello, welcome, sir. Welcome to the sponsored stream. The Hungry Lamb. Chinese visual novel. And I would have to say, it started off pretty dark. And it's still pretty dark to me. Who's not Chizuru here? No, they're the protagonist is a guy, a bandit. So, to like recap what the story is so far, they're trafficking these kids called lambs, you know, in Liang's perspective, because they are wolves in his perspective, to a rich person or a rich sheep who would pay a lot for these children, because initially that rich person is looking for an offspring now and prefers girls. Now, when they got from Yansun, Insan? Forgot his name. uh, so we got it from the kind of like human trafficker, and the goal was to like go to Liang, and while they had like taken a short break, Mansui here, this girl who was deemed as mute initially, is actually not mute. She tried to kill the Liang, the protagonist. So turns out the location that they're going to is actually gonna be to that person who actually eats children. So, or eats people. So cannibalist person. And this is all in the Ming Dynasty era, you know, filled with poverty and where parents would sell their children to be trafficked for food to survive, you know, money and food to survive. Or sometimes they snatch, you know, children to like traffic for money. So yeah, and if like human trafficking is already worse, how much more with like cannibalism? And I'm just like, oh god. Anytime you see a girl with a tattered robe, you know it's going to be dark. Oh god. Mr. Balance. I'm like, oh god. And I got my first death already. We got stabbed in the throat. I mean, hey, if I made mistakes, at least we get bad ending. Let's see how like messed up the dark and messed up it is. If she found a chance to grab a sharp stone and attack our necks or poke our eyes, it would be pretty dangerous. Go, get us some firewood. I untied the rope from her waist and gave her a stern order. She didn't dare defy, nodded, and went off to collect some firewood. So, we kind of also, like, have a little background story of Mansui. So, she just lives in, like, a, you know, a simple farmer family where she took care of a cat, and ever since she had a younger brother, the attention focused solely on her younger brother. However, her dad, the farmer, a wheat field farmer, was her favorite. And she just wished that she would just be with her family for a while longer. But yeah, we don't know for sure if what she said was like they will be taken to the you know, demon something, which was the rich person that wanted to like eat the children. Oops, wrong button again. Tonight, Tang would sleep first, and then it would be my turn. Got a couple of hours to spare, so might as well make the most of it. Oops, let me save. Just to be sure. If I, like, end up dying again. If I end up dying again. Got a couple of hours to spare, so might as well make the most of it. The next few days, staring at the sleeping lambs wouldn't reveal much, so I needed to find something else to do. Took out the wooden box from my stuff and put it on the grass. Oh, he's gonna do shadow play. It contained items for shadow play, and I went through each one. Honestly, Liang is actually not a bad person. He just end up like, you know, in dire situations where he had no choice but to accept work, even like as bad as like robbing people, murdering them. The last one that he really tried to like avoid is actually trafficking young children, you know. But he ended up taking this like job because it would mean that for one child equals like 100 coins, you know. And if you like sold 4, that's like 400. They split that they could like survive for months. At least that's the reasoning. So that's why he's like fine. And besides, you know, the Tang, the co-worker plus the human trafficker was like saying, you know, if given how like their situation right now is families are struggling to survive, you know, they're struggling to survive, and they sell their children for food. For Tang, he's like saying, well, at least if we're selling them off to wealthy families, then these children would be like you know, will be at least living on a wealthier family and be you know, and be able to survive while their parents like have money on their pockets. Win-win. I don't like that. That's their reasoning, at least. You're doing a good deed, in truth, and it doesn't sit well with Liang here. It's like human trafficking is still human trafficking. What are you talking about? More so, if like the situation of the children here, 2 of them are siblings that got sold. The other one was snatched. Although the reasoning of the other one, why like snatch that person, because it was, you know, that kid was from a well-off family. Turns out that kid was in a well-off family, are blood relatives of a general, you know, General Yuan, who like was an enemy of the emperor and got like executed already. So even to a point that how many like generations were executed on his family bloodline for that general. So even if like the family is well off or nobles, since they are related to that general, they wouldn't give shit, or the government at least wouldn't give shit if like one little lamb just got lost. That's the reasoning. Supposedly there was about there's also like a boy that they're gonna be like having with them, but that kid is, you know, has a condition. Initially, the parents who thought that kid was like Buddha, okay, they kind of like raised that kid because thinking that it would be like a, you know, Buddha. But however, because of the famine and all, they couldn't raise the Buddha anymore. But the kid has a condition, okay? I don't know if the kid has like ADHD, no, autism, but the mere mention of like the mom, the kid was just like mom, you know, as if like his growth state, his mental growth state is way behind his actual age. So maybe autism. So possibly. And they initially were like, we're not gonna take that kid with us. If that kid just suddenly like wails and out of random, they're gonna die. Because that would take them days to like go to their destination. Actually, almost like a month to their destination. So instead, the replacement was this mute kid who happens to be not actually mute. That's the story. Contain items for shadow play, and I went through each one. Briefly, I sniffed them to make sure there was no stench from the corpse. Luckily, the box had only a slight smell, and everything inside was clean. I took a deep breath and laid out the donkey hide from the box in front of the campfire. The donkey hide was thin and had been specially polished. I unfolded the donkey hide, spread it out in front of the campfire by holding the two corners. The campfire's light, upon touching the donkey hide, spread softly, creating a gentle glow covering its surface. Oh. I remember this donkey hide was called a widescreen. In Shadowplay, performers set up the widescreen with the wooden frame and light it up with lamps. And the performers can control the puppets behind the widescreen. Now the challenge was how to use this frame. How can you support a widescreen with 2 sticks?
良爷，不是这么弄的。
Oh, she's here. So yeah, Mr. Val, this is quite a dark story. So far. Just as I picked up the 2 sticks, unsure what to set up the widescreen, how to set up the widescreen, I heard a voice beside me. My Shui spoke to me in hushed tone. I glanced at her and took a quick look at the others around. Liang had his head tilted back, eyes shut, and the rest of the kids were scattered on the ground, like a tip-over basket of radishes. They were all asleep with steady breathing. No wonder she dared to speak up. Know how to do it? I asked Manshui. She nodded, ready to come over and help. However, as she took the first step, the rope wasn't long enough. She looked at the rope around her waist, then glanced at me with a pleading look. Aww. I feel like the protagonist is gonna grow fond of like this kid. She looked at me and I looked back at her. Okay, I'll undo it for you. Don't try anything. Walk over and untie the rope around her waist from behind. They're still asleep. Let's not wake them up. Find another spot. Carry the stuff there. Light a new fire to figure this out. Glanced at the sleeping group and whispered the plan to Mansui. She nodded in agreement. Took the box and went to Mansui to a cliff 50 paces away. That's quite far, though. Still. Had a good view of the camp while being well concealed itself. Told Mansui to gather some fresh wood, and I went back to the campfire for a flame. Got some burning wood from the campfire and went back to the cliff. Threw the flame onto the new wood pile. Mansui and I watched as the new fire slowly lit up, brightening the cliff's surroundings. How did you learn to do this?
爷爷就是弄影子戏的，爹爹也学过，也教过我。一次，家里的粮快吃完了要换钱，爹爹带着我去隔壁的村里演过戏，还赚了不少利。
Suddenly AI voiceover. How much do you know?
基本都会一点。
I don't know. I heard her crying earlier. It was pretty convincing. I don't know if an AI could be like that convincing though. Almost sounds real and it's messing with my brain. Oh, if you heard like her crying though. I don't know, man. No, there really is a name of the voice actor, Hanse. For the Chinese one. There's actually a Japanese voiceover for this one too. So I don't know, Mr. Invalid, if it's still AI. This particular section is AI, but doesn't mean it's not her voice samples. Yeah, I'm sure it's a person they took the samples from. Okay, well, I can't determine. I'm not familiar with how, like, Chinese voice actors are. Okay, Masui told me taking the frame and widescreen from my hands. It threaded the frame through a small hole next to the widescreen. Her wrist thinner than the frame, weaving back and forth, slowly fitting the frame onto the widescreen. It's fine, I don't care. The modulation doesn't agree with your brain. Okay. Can't tell too. I don't want to like judge it immediately just because of the, just because of that. Unless it's proven that there really was like, unless it's proven that it was AI, but can't again. I can't. Because definitely earlier was not. The way that she cries was like really heartfelt.
梁叶，指甲不够高，少了2根，得找些树枝和绑树枝的细绳。
He got stuck halfway, seemingly facing a problem. To go find some.
可我不知道细绳在哪。
Alright, I'll go. Got up and went to fetch what she needed. Went back to camp, grabbed 2 thin ropes from our equipment, and picked up some branches. Turning to the cliff where Mansui and I were, I handed her the items. She started tying the support frame and small branches with the ropes, and then threaded the small branches through the widescreen. In no time, she had set up the widescreen in front of the campfire.
梁叶，为什么要把白幕搭起来？
After finishing the setup, Mansui curiously asked me. Just bored. I replied casually.
梁叶想让我教你影子戏吗？
Sure, teach me if you know. I'm bored anyway.
好呀，我也正想帮到梁叶。之前惹了你生气，正好想做些什么来赔罪。
And so I continued, checking the widescreen, smiled as she spoke. She did bawl earlier and was saying so sorry of trying to like stab his throat. He eventually continued checking the widescreen, smiling as she spoke. The brat knew how to talk. However, she didn't simply piss me off. She wanted me dead. Kept that in mind.
梁叶，白幕搭好了，可是还少一些东西，
What's missing?
少了乐器。影子戏一般是2个人演，1人操影，另1人伴奏。这2人中有1人还得唱。
Alright, when we get to the city, I'll get a musical instrument. For now, see if you can handle the shadows and give me a little show.
没有伴奏唱不出来，而且我也不会唱。
You say you knew all the basics?
我就是不会唱啊，词儿我倒是记得，但肯定唱不好。以前的时候，都是爹爹在唱，我要么操影，要么奏锣鼓。
Alright, just use the puppets first. I want to see.
好，我先试试看小人有没有问题。
Cute! She nodded and went behind the white screen to tinker with the puppet. I noticed she needed a seat, so I fetched a wooden box for her. She didn't sit fully on the box, not sure if it was a customary for shadow play artists, or she could sit down. She couldn't sit down because her butt still hurt. I mean, you did like spank her 3 times, you know? got up and went to her side, watching carefully. Puppet had a body attached to 2 bamboo sticks. She moved the sticks behind the white screen with her fingers. Puppet wore red robe armor, looked sturdy, and held a long spear-like weapon while riding a bright red horse. What? What do you mean, Mr. Invalid? I recognize this puppet. Which character was it from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I don't know! Oh no, I did not save! I don't know. Oh! Why would he spank her? Because she attempted to stab his throat. Okay? So she managed to tackle him, her while she held the dagger. And after a while, that's where she started crying and saying sorry. And the reason why she was actually pretending to be mute was because she wanted to like seek revenge against the demon, you know, the one that is going to eat them alive. Okay? They call them the demon because they buy off like you know, traffic like people, especially like women, and then they get, you know, they get eaten, or more like they get dissected and like their organs are sold. It can be, it can mean 2 things. They get eaten literally in a sense, or they get dissected and sold off their organs. So this guy Liang doesn't really like you know, finds it suspicious to why like attack him if her purpose was to like you know, kill off that demon once they reach Luoyang. And then that's where she like bawled and cried, saying that because Tang was trying to scare them off and like say if they made like a, you know, if they do something bad, they're gonna like slice them up, made her be reminded of that demon. So she thinks that both these 2 guys are evil, you know, evil people. So as punishment for trying to like attempt to kill him, that's the punishment that he did. He still spared her life, but she needs a little punishment to spank by spanking her. At first, okay, here's the thing. At first, when Liang said that take down your skirt, she was like, "What are you gonna do? It's bad. You know that the law. You know," she was like saying, "You know the law, Master Liang. If you try to do anything bad, especially when the you know the child is still like below 12 years old, you're gonna get executed." So this guy was like, Lian's like, "How do you even know that? What do you mean?" Like, he's like, "You already thought of that? I was just like thinking of merely spanking your butt." Because the child immediately like thought that you know, she gonna get raped. So because she said take that, lower down your skirt. So she's like, "What are you gonna do? You know that is illegal." So there are 2 choices actually there. You try to like continue with the conversation, try to scare her, and I'm just like, "Oh well, no, oh hell no, I'm not gonna like continue with the conversation. Just like literally, if your purpose was to spank her, just spank her already, okay?" We're not gonna delve into that. No, no, no. I don't know who these are. Sorry, I'm not like familiar with romance the Three Kingdoms. Okay. Let's just pick this. It is Lubu. I look at the puppet in Mansu's hand and ask.
是啊，梁叶竟然也知道。你看，木箱里还有3个小人呢。
Wait, that was an achievement for me. I didn't know that.
刘玄德、关云长、张翼德，还有吕奉先，这些都是表演三英战吕布用的小人。
Three heroes battle Lubu. Okay. Manshui pointed to the other 3 puppets. After she said that, I managed to recognize all the puppets. The black-faced one with the spear is Jiang Fei. The red-faced one with the broad sword is Guan Yu. The yellow-faced one with 2 swords is Liu Bei. The one Manshui was holding, riding a red horse and wielding a halberd, was the invincible Lubu. This girl knew quite a lot. She even figured out that these puppets for the performance of the 3 heroes battle Lubu before I did. But does only Lubu have a horse in Shadowplay?
不知道，可能这样会显得吕奉先厉害一些。
I have no idea. Puppets aren't well made. If I made them, I'd give all of them horses.
我可以教梁爷做，但是木箱里没材料了。
I opened the wooden box and saw the dye bottles inside had dried up. Might need to add water to use them. Even if we had dye, no space materials to make significant changes to the puppets. Perhaps the dye in this red box was originally meant for touch-up. With a carving knife had become useless due to the lack of materials. As I thought about it, how did that body really end up dead today? Oh yeah, so for like people who just like tuned in, they got this like a wooden box with materials for shadow play because they found a freaking dead corpse whose like throat has been like cut and has been dead for 10 days already, and they don't know exactly if that corpse was a performer or whatnot, but definitely it has been dead for quite some time. And insects are already like eating up the decayed body. Did he venture into Ma Huangshan alone or with others? Was he one of the shadow puppet performers? Were there more people with him? Did he have escaped from a theater group only to be chased down and killed? So many questions. Numerous questions and speculations raced through my mind. Oops. I always press the wrong button. I was like, it took me a while. Is it invalid? It took me a while to actually like figure out what button to press to like move the text forward, because I keep on like pressing the A button on my Switch Pro controller, and it's literally to like open the menu or these menus like on down below. And I was like, wait, well, how do I like skip? Oh, so I press random buttons, and I was like, Oh, okay, so Y was like a skip. And then B was, well, cancel. So nothing's happening. So I press like X. Why X? I have no freaking idea. The controls are so finicky too. It's very finicky. Like, you go to the previous dialogue, like this. So slow. And then I can't tell much about, like, you know, even like the settings was like this. It's kind of hard to like see what controls you have, but you know, it's fine. Managed to like survive. Okay. However, there wasn't enough information to scene for me to form a clear judgment. Might never uncover the true story. Alright, never mind. I don't want to think about it too much. Time was short, so I had Mansui perform for me first. He performed. I ordered Mansui.
好，那梁爷坐到白幕前吧。
Mansui said to me. But he's back there. I nodded, stood up, and went to sit in front of the widescreen. Sitting down, I looked up the widescreen. Mansui also sat on the wooden box I had just moved. Positioned behind the widescreen in the center. She wriggled her fingers, and behind the widescreen, puppet Zhang Fei appeared first. Puppet shook a couple of times, wielding the serpent spear in its hand. To my surprise, not long after, Mansui took a deep breath and softly began to sing.
白袍，枷锁抱紧，长发蛇矛，手你我一。
What? No. I'm curious about, like, you know, the counterpart for the Japanese one. But hey, I'm playing this in Chinese because, well, obviously this is done in the Ming Dynasty, so I'm like, it's just appropriate we use like Chinese voiceover. Even though I'm like not so familiar on how, like, you know, Chinese voice acting is. But hey, let's go for it. Let's go. At the same time, I'm also very curious about like the Japanese one. Probably gonna like check it out at some point. Sorry, my mom had to look tell me about the AC cleanup. Okay. She said she wouldn't sing, but as she performed, she thought shadow play without sound wasn't as good. To find her rhythm, she started humming softly. Her voice was slow, like she was singing to herself, and the tone wasn't professional. She was probably remembering how her dad used to perform for her, imitating and singing along.
晴雨，吕布去交战，贼命难逃张翼斗。哎，
Wow.
催马来至两军阵，叫马贼人来交锋。哎。
Mansui kept singing in a hushed tone while Zhang Fei brandished his serpent spear, shouting on the battlefield ready for the imminent appearance of Lu Bu. Puppet's shadow swayed behind the blurred widescreen, seemingly alive. The serpent spear twirled. Bright beam erupted from its tip, dazzling my eyes. What? What? Oh! Oh, his backstory! Okay. The scene played out again in front of me. Back then, my dad and I were also enjoying a shadow play. The lamp flickered, drums echoed, and the heroes of the story clashed behind a white screen. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, hitting the white bone demon. The staff lit up with a golden glow as it struck the monster's head. Just as I was cheering for the performance, the spark suddenly grew stronger and turned into bright light. In an instant, the intense light burst from the white screen, accompanied by a loud boom swallowing the entire world. Bang. With a thunderous sound, everything was consumed by the intense light. All I could see turned into a fairy ball. So, I guess that's why he's like scared of fire. Did something happen in his childhood that that made him traumatized and scared of fire? He's not scared anymore, but he used to be. Ah! Okay, I shouted, jolting up from where I sat.
梁爷，怎么了？
Can't watch. Shouldn't watch. I got up in a daze, my hands and feet unsteady, eyes wide open. I looked down, my palms facing up, lifting both hands in front of my chest aimlessly. Sweat covered my face and back. My heart raced and my trembling hands couldn't stop shaking. Quickly scanned the surroundings, then stared blankly ahead, unable to focus. I repeatedly confirmed that I was in a dark environment, safe from imaginary bursts of intense light. Cheesy, hello! How are you doing? Sup, sir? I thought I could gaze at the flames again for after many years, though I could watch shadow plays once more. Now it seems I still can't. Also, he's still traumatized by that fire. I guess something really bad happened. The zombie state. Well, we did had quite a conversation with Caligula. Oh yeah, Mr. Valid, we've been discussing Caligula earlier. Because yes, I have decided not to continue streaming it. I'm still playing. Came to my senses and found Mansui looking at me with blurred expression, trying to figure out what had come over me. I'm fine. It's not up for today. Can't watch shadow plays anymore. Boo. Yes, boo, indeed. Let's head back to camp. Don't want anyone getting suspicious over about our absence. I gestured awkwardly to Mansui and muttered some explanation to her. Then I dared not glance at the white screen behind the flames. Without a campfire, I turned around, stumbled back toward the original camp, paying no attention to whether the wooden box was neatly arranged or not. Even now, I kept avoiding it. Over the years, I thought I had changed, grown stronger, shifted from a lamb to a wolf, free from fear. Yet I still couldn't shake off the nightmares of that year. I had only 2 dungeons to go! Why? Nande. Oh, it's that again. 6 year Qiangqi. Qiangqi, I guess. I stayed in the capital with my father, traveling merchant for a few days. Oh, your father, his father was a traveling merchant! Okay. On the 6th day of May, at the hour of snake, white light consumed everything. When I came to my senses, there was only a sky filled with blood rain and scattered corpses. Oh, wow, dark. For many years afterward, I could never escape the nightmare of that day. And even now, Wow, I'm already in chapter 5. How many chapters is this like game? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me save. Can still keep going for like a few more. Probably, but later on I'll probably have to like go because I have to wait for my EC to be cleaned. Okay. 6-year Chanxi. Capital. Sudden white light engulfed everything in sight. Houses turned into ruins, people into corpses. My father turned his face towards me, smiling as if trying to say something. However, behind him, a white light suddenly flared up. I reached out to grab him, to pull him out of reach of the light. But in the moment I grasped his arm, we were swallowed by that white light. Immediately, we were thrown backward like swatted mosquitoes. My head hit something, momentarily robbing me of consciousness, and I black out. What about your dad? Your dad probably died. Upon awakening, my father was gone. And I found myself amidst the debris. The area was filled with the remains of buildings and burning fires. My ears were ringing, unable to hear any sound, only sensing blood oozing from my ear canals. Oh, ow, 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 my ears. My clothing lay in tatters, and numerous people lay naked on the ground, their bodies mutilated. The world turned into a storm of blood rain, dyeing my entire body and the ground below in a deep red. Jeez, I thought it was me at first. No, it was the game. I hoped the blood rain would put the flames of on the buildings, but the fires only grew, refusing to be extinguished. Where was my father? How was he doing? Slowly got up, wanting to search for him, only to realize I was holding something in my hand. Oh! Oh shit! What? What? Ah! Damn! Oh. It was my father's severed left arm. Damn. Damn. He's like so traumatized. He's afraid of fire. He's afraid of shadow play. All because of that. Would be though. I mean, you suddenly like how, you know, holding something and your father's like severed arm. So basically his dad was turned to smithereens after that explosion. And the only remains was his father's arm. Damn. And who was still young then. I woke up from the nightmare, my back drenched in cold sweat. After watching the Lash's shadow play last night, memories of that year flooded back. Later, I sat in the camp, lost in thought for a while, losing track of time. 4 hours later, Tong took over the watch duty. I attempted to catch some sleep, trying to escape the nightmares, but I tossed and turned, not sleeping deeply. For the next 2 days, I was lost in my thoughts. My mind buzzed in chaos, and my spirit felt like it had lost its way. I walked, ate, and slept in silence. Then continued studying Shadowplay with Mansui. That day, she packed up and took everything back to the pack horse. She must have wondered about my unusual behavior, but I didn't feel the need to explain. Of course, there's no need to explain anything to her.
哎，亮，这几天你都怪怪的，像中邪了一样，这咋了呀？
On the 4th day in the journey, Tong pulled me aside, just reminiscing about that explosion.
天启大爆炸？
啊？
怎么突然又想起这事儿了？
No idea, just hit me.
依我看呐，就是你捡了前2天那个戏子的东西，因此撞了邪。哎，快把那些丢了吧。
Not happening.
也罢，你一直都倔啊，我说不了你。梁啊，我们在山里走了4天了，估摸着也快走到潼关附近了。
潼关 ，OK。
尹三儿在潼关附近的水沟村安排了接应我们的人，到了那里后就能吃顿好的，也能躺1天了。
All right. Calculated for me to tough it out. Walking through the mountains for days, monotonous scenery and constant vigilance against beasts and bandits got us down. Hopefully, once we reach a place with people and could feel the local vibe, I would perk up a bit. The road to Srigoa village was tricky. We learned to stay sharp in times like these. My gut feeling was spot on. Okay. Wait, I gotta like say I don't know what to expect, when to expect like another choice, so I'm just like I gotta. In the morning of the 5th day, we had to cross the official road to confirm the way to the village. Trouble hit us. Hold up. I spotted something and stopped. At the same time, I raised my right hand to signal the others behind me.
梁，怎么了？
Someone's here. I pointed ahead. Tong looked over. About 30 steps away, a group of 6 people came into view. They all wore iron helmets, green iron armor, and swords at their sides. Walking through the woods, their helmets glinted in the sunlight.
是盗匪。
Doesn't seem like it. They look like soldiers.
官兵怎么会走小道过山？
Whoops. Oh no, but we gotta avoid them. Tong and I huddled. Doing this kind of job, soldiers were the last thing we wanted. Sure, the world's a mess now, and the soldiers busy with their with rebels as they are, probably wouldn't care about us. But it would still be bad to run into right into them.
小羊们，现在谁都不许说话，不许动，都蹲下。我们等那队人走过。
Tong let out a deep breath, eyes wide, and whispered orders to the lambs behind us. We all squatted down, watching the soldiers tens of steps away. Great. They weren't heading our direction. Just had to wait a bit. It's a bit longer and they'll be gone. Stared at the soldiers in the distance, watching them move in a single direction. Their leader disappeared from view, followed by the others getting farther away. They'd be gone soon. Then, something unexpected happened. Damn it. Oh, god damn it. Out of nowhere, I heard a lamb yelp. Great! I spun around, where the lamb suddenly stood up. She stomped her feet and hastily stepped back, almost falling over. Uh-oh. She pointed to a patch of grass ahead, her face pale with fear, tears welling up. Other lambs, hearing her, quickly fled to the spot she indicated. Suddenly, the silent woods echoed with lamb screams, with lamb cries, screams, and frantic footsteps turning into chaos.
妈的！
No. Tong cursed and heard the Kur trying to cover her mouth. But it was too late. The soldiers spotted us. They changed direction and came toward us.
何人在此？
Uh-oh. We're dead. We are so dead. We are so fucking dead. We're gonna be dead. We're gonna die again. Gonna tell you. The leader yelled from a distance. All 6 soldiers stopped. They pulled out their swords, ready to fight, facing our direction. What now? I asked Tong. Usually knew what to do in situations like this.
妈的，这油棚的死小羊，早不叫晚不叫，偏偏这时候叫。梁，我先去稳住他们，你快把小羊们的绳子给解了，免得他们起义。
Tong said to me and I nodded. As we need to untie the lambs first. When the soldiers got closer and saw the ropes around the lamb's waist, they'd surely figure out we were traffickers.
关老爷，稍安勿躁，稍安勿躁啊！刚刚是我们的女娃在喊。
Kong walked towards the front of the line, about 10 steps away from us, yelling to the soldiers as he went.
你们是谁？良民。哪儿来的良民？是做什么的？华州来的，我们是走商的，要去洛阳。站在原地别动，我们这就来看看。
Oh my god. Kong and the soldiers were yelling at each other from far away. I just freed Xionghua and was about to untie Manshui. We were getting closer fast. Bad. Couldn't untie all the lambs in time. Oh shit. Gotta save again. Gotta be careful with these shit.
那边那厮，我说了别动。
Wanted to sneak over to Huar and Kura to untie them, but the soldiers spotted my move and stopped me quickly. Come closer step by step, and I check out their outfits. They look like the border guards near Chongzhen. Not too tidy, but all with the same gear, even the same swords. Leader had a taller helmet and carried a short bow on his back. Seemed like their officer. Oh god, and carries a bow? We're gonna be dead if you move.
刚才是你们女娃叫的？是的。她为何要叫？哎呦，撞见蛇了！你们刚才说走商是吧？要送什么货去洛阳？
What kind of goods are you like taking? Humans. Head soldier asked sharply. Kong was stumped. We knew we only had food with us, nothing else. We made up goods, and they asked Asida would be caught. Phew. Took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Preferring folks. I chimed in when Tong couldn't answer, talking to the
运
soldier.
人的。刚才还说走商，怎么成运人了？
Preferring folks is still trading. We've been asked to take these kids to Luoyang. I replied calmly.
好啊，运人！你们这不是承认了吗？你们就是人牙子！
No, it's the kids' parents who asked us to do it.
那你们为什么不走官道？
Didn't you avoid it? Calmly replied to the soldier and ended with a jab. It did seem a bit odd. Usually soldiers like them would stick to the main road. Why didn't they take the main road out of Chongzhen? Could it be they had something to hide? Could it be they were deserters? Oh!
喂，梁，你怎么跟关老爷说话的？关老爷，你别跟我兄弟一般见识，他这人不懂怎么好好说话。确实，我们是运人的。之所以不走官道，是这几年灾情不断，官道都是逃荒的难民啊。我们听到传闻，逃荒的人都心狠呐，会抢小娃娃吃。我们怕粮被抢，娃娃被抢，就走了山路啊。所以你们到底是做什么的？是不是人牙子？唉，说来话长了。
Ooh, what a situation.
我们是受渭南一大户人家所托，送他们家的一位小姐去洛阳完婚。
Cheesy, what is this? What did you share to me? What did you share to? Oh, sweet good and art. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Have some. You have some. Mr. Invalid, what the heck? What is that? Just share it like Discord. What is that? I got a bright idea, like he'd figure out a plan. That's quite a lengthy.
谁是小姐？
他是
Your internet failing, can't see Mr. Invalid's messages. No! Mr. Invalid! Tom pointed out Kyungwa. I was caught off guard by the sudden attention. Stood frozen, her face pale, clearly surprised to be singled out.
你是要去成婚的小姐吗？
I mean, she's the prettiest, though. Cheesy, no, come back. Come back, Cheesy. No, no, no. Put it on Discord. Soldier squinted and looked at Pyonga, asking her a question. Pyonga remained silent with her head bowed. Maya and Tang's harsh jumped to her throats. Bad. Pyonga spilled the beans about us being human traffickers now. It'll all be over. You saw that in Bucket's like server.
是关老爷，我是。
Pa? Right when Tang and I were tense, Kyunghwa suddenly spoke up. She nodded pleasantly at the soldier, speaking quietly without looking at him. Why? Tang and I were both surprised. We didn't think Kyunghwa would help us
你
lie.
看起来挺小，竟是要去成婚的。还有，你为啥穿着平民的衣服呀？
Kyunghwa fell silent, looked scared as she kept her head down.
是这样，关老爷，我家小姐看着年龄小，其实快到成婚的年纪了。侯家想先见见她，并让她先去洛阳住一阵子。至于她为何穿着平民衣服，这是我想的主意。我们这一趟路途遥远，难免可能遇到盗匪。小姐穿庶民的衣服，才不容易被盗匪绑了呀。
Although he still frowned, looking skeptical. It's unclear if he bought our
那
story.
齐大小儿为啥被绑着？
Uh-oh. Suddenly another soldier chimed in. Next to the leader stood another, slightly chubby soldier. He had the long black bag slung over his back, maybe carrying a spear. Uh-oh. He hadn't said a word before. Now he noticed the ropes tied around the lamb's waist. Realizing only Kyunghwa was about, he raised his suspicion. Again, couldn't respond, just kept quiet. Soldier's eyes sharpened, only scanning us. Not good. Can't explain. Can't explain. What are we to do? Kyunghwa's cooperation was surprising. But these soldiers were digging deeper, picking apart our story. We were taking Kyunghwa to get married, bringing a bunch of kids her age didn't make sense. Why these kids were tied up was even harder to explain. Placed my hand on the hilt of my saber. The soldiers took a slow step forward. No one spoke. Silence hung heavy, broken only by chirping of insects. beaded on my forehead. I knew a fierce battle was about to erupt. Should I strike now, take out the leader? Or bide my time, wait for another opportunity? Oh my god, fuck you. We're gonna like... I don't want to fight immediately. I feel like if we strike immediately, we're dead. Well, let's see. If we die, okay? Kept thinking about drawing my blade, but I held back. The soldiers were too many to take on. They had good gear, and I wasn't sure I could take one down in a single slash. Even with Tong's help, it would be tough to handle them all. But what good could waiting for a chance really do? Oh, Mansui? In the midst of the tense standoff, Mansui's voice suddenly broke the silence. Her voice cries grabbed everyone's attention. Huh? What's she doing? Mansui went to the pack horse beside her. She opened the bags and got out a wooden box she stored there for a few days ago. It was a box for the shadow play. Mansui opened the wooden box and showed what's inside to us and the soldiers. She stared at everyone there with big eyes.
这是什么？
Head soldier looked blankly at the wooden box. Ah, I get it now. Mansui was trying to tell us something. With the shadow puppets and all, it's pretty clear. I suppose she wanted me to say, Officer, these are the props for the shadow play. The kids, except the miss here, are part of a traveling theater troupe. Facing the officers, I gestured towards a wooden box and then towards Mansui. And quit. The journey is long and the master worries a young lady will be bored, so he arranged for a few theater troupe girls to accompany her. They are all from humble origins and will accompany a young lady as her attendants. Hold on. Sorry, took me a while. Boss had to like send me a message on like on the new test that we're supposed to do. I've been so busy with work. I have a team that I'm like managing too. So I just need to like relay the instructions immediately to my team. Oops, wrong button again. Don't trust us, they can show you. Calmly suggested to the soldiers, and they glanced at Mansui once more after I spoke. Mansui is setting up the shadow play screen, placing it on its stand.
不必了。
Soldier A. Soldier A. Soldier A waved his hand, gesturing with Mansui to stop. Literally, like, just said Soldier A. Okay. Could have like given the soldier a name or something, you know. The first soldier should just like said, waved his hand, or at least like explain that it's Soldier A. But okay, I'll take it. Sure. Stayed quiet, looking at me and Tang, and Xiongwa, Mangsui, Horrid, Good.
我信了你们说的话。倘若你们真是人牙子，这些女娃也不至于帮你们扯谎。我就好奇问一下，出个嫁阵仗倒不小，这是洛阳谁家的小姐啊？
老爷，是洛阳赵老爷家的人。
哦，这样啊。哦，我知道那赵老爷有点名气。
是。
Soldier and Tang were talking back and forth. I figured Tang didn't know Master Zhao, and neither did the soldier.
行，你们走吧。我劝你们还是要多走官道，哪儿来的这么多机明？别累着你们家小姐啊！
谢谢关老爷，谢谢关老爷。我们明白的，一会儿就走官道。
Tang bowed deeply, showing his gratitude. Thanks, officer. I also thanked the officers, and then they turned around to leave. Finally, the tension in my chest eased.
等一下，还有个事儿。
Yes, sir. Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned back around. What? Tang and I immediately became alert again. What's he up to now?
想起来了，刚才你们翻行李的时候，我看到有不少粮。这里离潼关不远了，你们不用担心余粮啊，我们赶着去剿匪，暂借你们一些粮。
Wow! They just took the fucking rations!
行，关老爷随便拿，不用借了，直接给你们就好了吧。
God damn it! Well, so much for that. Fawn as the soldiers started grabbing rations from from our pack horse. After they took most of it, they finally got ready to leave. So much for that.
妈的，该死的王八兵，真是喂不饱的狗啊！花这么多钱买的干粮，都被他们抢了一大半。
Half an hour after the soldiers cleared off, we pressed on. Finally, Tom found the nerve to let loose his tongue.
不对，我想起来了，都是这死崽子害的。要不是这死崽子，王八兵也不至于找上来。死崽子，害我们差点丢了性命！我剁了你！
I suddenly remember it was Claire's yelling that brought those soldiers to us. Tang drew his knife and approached Claire, ready to strike her down.
不要，石头爷，星爷不要躲！星爷，不要剁我妹子，要剁就剁我，不要剁我妹。
敢拦我！今天我把你俩一起剁了！
Tang swung his blade at Claire, Bang. Quickly intervened, blocking his swing with my blade. Enough, Tang. Sure, the kid attracted the soldiers. None of them sold us out when they showed up. they had, we killed them. Since they didn't, there's no need.
又不是真要杀他，我就是断他一只手。
And then what? Missing hand means we pay. So cough up then. Besides, still a ways in the nearest village. Can a kid with a missing hand make it alive? You're hearing me, Tang didn't go to kill the lamb anymore. Probably figured out what was at stake, and you shouldn't kill or maim the lamb.
妈的，不杀他，不弄残他，那也必须要罚，狠狠罚。
Yeah, punishment is necessary. Remember the rule? Cry or fuss on the road, no food for a day. Let's stick to that. John glanced at me, his eyes flashing with anger. He seemed to think the punishment wasn't harsh enough. But it was a little slam that caused her trouble. If I hit her like I did with Mansui yesterday, especially if Tang joined in, things could get out of hand. Kept looking at Tang seriously, and his anger slowly faded away under my stare until it was completely gone.
他妈的，别让我再听这死崽子叫了！他欠我一刀啊！再叫早晚被我宰了。
With a grumble, Tang sheathed his dagger and stomped forward. Finally agreed to spare clear.
谢谢星爷，谢谢梁爷，谢谢梁爷。
Bad for these kids, I'm telling you. Two sisters were scared by Tang's rage just now, crying and thanking me over and over. No more tears. Keep crying, I'll give you a smack, even if I spare your lives. With that stern warning, I press on ahead. We got to the main road just before night. Tang and I checked the signs, guessed how far Trigo village was, then crossed the road and kept going toward the village. We camped by a stream nearby. At dinner, Tang did as he said. He didn't give any food to Queer and even spat in her direction as she lay there. Queer watched us eating dry rations, almost crying with hunger. Thinking about how she almost got us into trouble today, tears streamed down her face. Trying not to cry out loud, she wiped her eyes silently with her hands. I saw Mansui secretly take a piece of her own dry ration and give it to Queer. I also saw Moira do the same. Queer ate quietly when Tom wasn't paying attention. Turned a blind eye, pretending it didn't happen. He really is not a bad guy. It's just that, you know, dire situations in their current state. Late at night, Tom snoozed while I kept watch. I freed Mansui and motioned her over for a chat. Wanted to talk about what went down during the day. You did good today. The official soldiers came. You helped us with the lie.
因为那些官兵不像好人，我不能信他们。他们没走官道，行军的时候也没什么纪律，很可能是逃兵。
Smart.
若是向逃兵求救，他们把我们带走，待我们还不如良爷呢。
Smart. Mansui spoke her thoughts to me. Ah, little brat had some smarts. Came to the same conclusion as me. The soldiers today seemed like they were running from something. With Tongwan always in battle, it's odd to see a small group of soldiers wandering like that. They got caught, they would get 100 lashes. Not much different from being called a human trafficker. Not much different from being called a human trafficker, yeah. So they were like bad guys, ready for anything. These deserters, even if they thought we were up to no good, might just let it slide. Once we gave them a way out, they probably didn't want to poke around too much. But I was still not sure about today. Mansui seemed smarter. She knew these soldiers weren't good. So why did the other kids, especially Kyonghwa, agree to help us? If they wanted the soldiers' help, that was the time.
哦，良夜，有件事想和你说一下。
Just as I was wondering, Mansui spoke up. What's up?
除了星爷外，大概都知道我不是哑巴了。那些官兵来的时候，我给琼华说过话，红儿和翠儿也听见了。
Oh. Oh, I get it now. It hit me all of a sudden. While Tang was busy chatting with the soldiers, I was totally focused on him. I didn't catch Mansui whispering to the other kids. But it made sense. She was probably telling them, keep quiet, don't spill the beans about us being human traffickers. Because these soldiers aren't the friendly type. You did good this time, lass. Seems like you deserve most of the credit for dodging those soldiers. Chuckled a bit, praising Mansui.
我也是觉得良夜信得过，才这么干的嘛。对了，良夜，今天还想学影子戏吗？
Not interested anymore.
为什么呀？良夜之前是为什么那样啊？
Mind your business, you just don't feel like it anymore. I replied coldly to Mansui, then decided to head back to sleep. This girl, she's sharp and wise beyond her years. Not like most kids her age. She's just as I imagined her from the start. She's like a cat. She is a cat. Okay, I really need to let go. Sorry, folks. I have to go. Because, first off, I have an AC cleanup scheduled. I'm like, if I continue, first off, my throat is gonna like be sore. But I'm liking it so far. Honestly, I'm liking the game so far. I'm enjoying it, dude. I want to play some more. I want to play some more. Damn, this is interesting. I guess it kind of makes sense, you know, with like the game's we call this, the game did like got an overwhelming review on Steam, you know. It's interesting to like note that it has overwhelming review. So I'm like, okay. If it has overwhelming review, then I guess the interesting is the story is pretty interesting. So I'm like, I want to play it myself. You know, I was actually thinking of like getting it on Steam. Then I saw I got invited to do this you know, to do the game on the Switch. I didn't even know that the game is gonna be ported on the Switch. Just happened to like see it and be like, hey, why not? And they gave me a key, and I was like, oh, thank you devs for the key. So yes, again, thank you the devs for the key. If you like the game, you know, you can always just like get the game on Switch. You prefer it to be on the Switch, or you can get the game on like Steam. Honestly, maybe you could like just get the game on Steam, you know, especially when it goes on sale. Especially when it goes on sale, if you want. But hey, it's not that expensive. I think it's like oh, I can't see it here because it's gonna be on my currency, but definitely I feel like Switch port a little finicky on the controls itself. Story so far, I have no issues. Very, very interesting story, I must say, and I might add, you know, I say that I might, you know, I might consider streaming this at some point. So that's gonna be the urban myth, the solution center is something that I plan on like continuing. You know, it's pretty good. I like it. This one now, the Hungry Lamb, and another visual novel that I'm interested in like continuing. And then maybe at some point, like on the side, maybe like I'm considering doing, you know, just a random like Kim the Smile in Bloom stream. At least the first like 8 chapters of each route. I already did one route. Might plan on like doing another one, you know. If we get to it, we'll see. Yeah, again, pretty interesting. Interesting game. Yeah, thank you again for being here, folks, for tuning in on my sponsored stream. And if you're watching this on YouTube, because I will be uploading this on YouTube, thank you for like watching at the very end. And if you like more, want to see more, want to see it earlier than you know, want me to like actually continue it earlier now, like not like a little later, and maybe you should, why don't you just like and subscribe to my YouTube channel, maybe even follow my you know, Twitch, and like see, you know, maybe I'll like sneak it while I'm playing my RPG games. But yeah, I wanted to actually like stream Fuga Melodies of Steel after this, but then I you know, won't be long until the AC cleaner is gonna like show up, so I'm gonna have to push it to tomorrow. Sorry, cheesy. Gonna push it to tomorrow. Okay. For reals this time, I'm gonna be focusing on that because I'm already done with Silent Kingdom Chapter 1. Okay, done with Silent Kingdom Chapter 1. So, given that I'm done with Silent Kingdom Chapter 1, it's a matter of time that I, you know, I need another game to play while waiting for 100 line. So, damn. Okay. So, yeah. That's it for now, folks. Thank you again. And let's raid Baku. He's doing metaphor. What do you know? Mr. Invalid, Baku's like actually freaking streaming metaphor now again. I can't believe it. Playing. Baku streaming? Sounds like babbling to me. Baku doesn't stream. Yup. He yaps. He yaps and yaps and yappers. I mean, if you're into yapping, lots of yapping, lots of old man commentary. Yeah, check out Baku. I'm sorry. The old man yapping. You just want an old man yapping. Check out Baku. But he's great. Great, though. I mean, Oji, right? He's Baku-san Oji. So, Oji-san. There's always, to me, the Oji is now Oji-san. So, so yeah, go check him out, give him a follow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Fuga Melodies of Steel. So, yeah, thank you again for tuning in on my sponsored stream. So yeah, see you all on my next stream then! Goodbye!